Rambabu sir, good morning.
Good morning, all of you. NRC Guntur.
Sir, good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Sir, good morning.
NRC. Sir, good morning. Audible.
Okay, sir. Okay, thank you.
NRC Kadapa, please respond. NRC Kadapa, am I audible?
Good morning, sir. NRC Anantapur.
Anantapur, okay, sir, audible.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
NRC Nellore, please respond. NRC Nellore.
Good morning, sir.
Sir, your voice is too low.
Okay, sir. We'll just
Nellore. Not audible, sir, too low.
hello, sir.
Sir, వాల్యూమ్ కొంచెం రైట్ చేయండి, ఇంక్రీజ్ చేసుకోండి.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Good morning, sir. NRC Rajmundry.
హలో
Good morning, sir. NRC Rajmundry.
ఎన్ఆర్సి రాజమండ్రి కూడా వాల్యూమ్ బాగా తక్కువగా వస్తుందండి, కొంచెం పెంచండి వాల్యూమ్.
Okay, sir. Okay. Sir, good morning, sir. Sir, good morning, sir.
పర్వాలేదు సార్ ఇప్పుడు.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్. ఎస్ఆర్ఆర్ విజయవాడ, ప్లీజ్ రెస్పాండ్. విజయవాడ, ఎన్ఆర్సి విజయవాడ, ప్లీజ్ రెస్పాండ్. ఎన్ఆర్సి విజయవాడ.
Morning, sir. NRC Vijayawada responding.
సార్ మార్నింగ్. ఎన్ఆర్సి కాకినాడ, ప్లీజ్ రెస్పాండ్.
Good morning, sir. Good morning.
సార్ గుడ్ మార్నింగ్. ఎన్ఆర్సి శ్రీకాళహస్తి.
Morning, sir.
ఎన్ఆర్సి శ్రీకాళహస్తి.
Good morning, sir.
Sir, responding.
మేడం, ప్లీజ్ స్విచ్ ఆన్ యువర్ వీడియో.
Yes, sir.
ఓకే, గుడ్ మార్నింగ్. ఎన్ఆర్సి అనంతపూర్, ప్లీజ్ రెస్పాండ్. ఎన్ఆర్సి అనంతపూర్.
Morning, sir. Good morning. Responding.
Sir,
NRC
video
Anantapur
is-
responding, sir.
ప్లీజ్ స్విచ్ ఆన్ యువర్ వీడియో.
Okay. Sure, sir.
ఓకే సార్. ఎన్ఆర్సి కడప. ఎన్ఆర్సి కడప, ప్లీజ్ రెస్పాండ్.
Sir, responding, sir. Responding.
ఓకే సార్, ఓకే సార్, అడబుల్. Mary Singh, ma'am.
Good
And
morning.
Deksha, ma'am, good morning.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Welcome to fourth day session in third batch TOT and English medium instruction. And on behalf of CC, we welcome you again, ma'am. Power to you, Deksha, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everybody, for joining us back today for today's session. Today's topic is growth mindset, and we are very happy that Neeru ma'am is here with us to lead us to this topic. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dikshat. Thank you, everyone, for being here. I know you have been going through a very rigorous last few days of training. So I hope and I'm sure that today's session will be interesting and we will be able to do something worthwhile today, which will help you in your own personal and professional life. So today's program, as Diksha mentioned, is growth mindset. Now, before I go into the growth mindset, mindset is something that is created by your thoughts, right? The way we think, what we believe in, right? Now, I want to say something to you that actually was very monumental in my own life, right? When I realized this, my entire perception of life and the way I looked at life completely changed, right? And I'm going to share with you that interesting secret, which I am sure if you implement in your life, you are going to see a lot of results. So, your thoughts become your words. Your words become your actions. Your actions become your habits. Your habits become your character. And your character becomes your destiny. And it all starts with your thoughts. And we don't realize how powerful our thoughts are. We go through life not even aware of what we are thinking and what impact it has on our life. So there are many thousands of thoughts moving through our mind every single hour, every single day, every single minute, right? But there are some positive thoughts, there's some negative thoughts, they're just thoughts which are just thoughts which have no positive and negative attached to them. But what I want us to look at today, because it actually impacts your life in a very, very detrimental manner, we are going to be looking at your negative thoughts, the thoughts that are stopping you from achieving your full potential, right? And every single human being has a potential. We are all living only maybe 10% of what we can do in our life. 10%, right? So there is still almost 90% that we are not using in our faculties, in our minds. Now, one of the reasons why we are not using our, attaining our full potential, one of those reasons is these negative limiting thoughts, right? So remember, your thoughts become your words become your actions become your habits become your character, and your character becomes your destiny, right? So if you believe that your destiny is written somewhere in the heavens, that may be so, but you are also writing your own destiny every single day through your thoughts, through your actions, through your words, through your habits. Okay. And we are going to look at that today. So, what is a limiting belief, right? Or limiting thought? Now, I'll give you an example from from my life, where I know a young man, and when he was in school, when he was 10 years old, he had a maths teacher who pulled him aside one day and actually not pulled him aside in front of the whole class, told him that he was useless in maths, he will never do well, and he should focus on the other subjects because maths was not going to be his future. Now, this young fellow, he was 10 years old. He went home, he thought about it, and he decided that the teacher is much more wise than he is. So he said, yeah, the teacher knows the best. And he accepted that negative assessment in his mind. So the next time there was an exam, a maths exam, he failed. So he was looking for evidence to back up the ideas that his teacher had given him. So first he failed. Next few times he didn't fail, but he did very badly. He was constantly under stress. His parents were upset with him. He was not doing well in math at all. So fast forward many, many years, maybe 10, 12 years until he left school, he went to university. And there in university, he met a professor who was very, very, supportive and very helpful. And as a result, this young fellow started to excel in maths. He started doing remarkably well in maths. And today, he runs a startup. And that startup's basis and foundation is maths. Right? So, had he like he stuck for 10, 12 years, he accepted what his school teacher told him. But when he went to college and university, he was able to flip that negative thought pattern, which changed his entire life. Right? So, one small thought, one small negative thought or a positive thought can impact our entire life. You can be pulled down by negative thoughts. Now, I'm sure many of us can relate to this story of this young man. Yeah, we all have some aunt or some uncle or some professor or some teacher who said something to us which was not so positive. It is up to us whether we accept it or reject it. But very often, when you are young and small and impressionable, you accept it. And when you accept it, it begins to define your whole destiny. So I will give you an example from my life. Many years ago when I was in college, everybody was sitting for the civil services exam, and I decided that since I really didn't know what I wanted to do with my life, I should also just sit for the exam. So one day I was at home with my parents, and one of my aunts came to visit us. And she said, "Oh, so Neeru, what are you doing these days?" And my mother said, "Oh, she's preparing for the civil services exam." So after a few minutes, my aunt was sitting there and she was chatting with me, and she said, "Are you crazy to sit for the civil services exam?" I said, "But why? Do you think I'm crazy?" She says, "There are thousands and thousands, lakhs of students who sit for this exam every year and they don't make it. What makes you think you are so special?" So I felt as if somebody had given me a tight slap because it was really challenging my own self-worth. So I didn't say anything to her. But after she had left, I thought to myself, I said, I'm going to prove her wrong. Right? So you can either accept or reject these negative thoughts that are thrown at you. Right? And of course, I got into the IAS, so that was, it was more like I had to prove myself to my aunt, to my parents, and to everybody else. Uh, So anyway, so these are the way thought patterns actually bombard us from all directions. And please understand another very, very important fact of life that nobody teaches you in college and university. Even the words you use to express yourself, they are very powerful. So, for example, if you say, "Oh, I can't do this," yes, you will not be able to do it. But if you say, "I can do this," yes, you will be able to do it. Both are true. So, whether you say that I can do it or whether you say I can't do it, they are both true. So, the mind is the most underrated and less understood part of our whole being, of our whole system. So, for example, some people say, "Oh, I never buy a lottery ticket because I never have won anything in my life. I'm so unlucky. Everybody else wins, but I don't." And of course, that is your reality. You will never win in a game of chance because you have decided that it's not going to happen for you. Right? So we have these limiting beliefs which are guiding us. Now, in the last class, we spoke when we were talking about, we were talking about the other issues, your self-awareness program. In that class, we talked about your core values, right? Now, your core values are more or less decided. They never change. But these negative thought patterns, these can be changed. So this should be very empowering for all of us, that your thoughts, your words determine your future, and that your thoughts and your words can be changed. Right? So one of the things which has worked very beautifully for me and which I would like to share with you is always start your day on a positive note. Right? So many traditions, many families, people wake up in the morning, do a little bit of prayer, right? Whatever your spiritual background is, you do a little bit of prayer, you thank God for another day on this world. It is very important, not necessary that it has to be a prayer, but to start your day with gratitude. We are all very lucky. We all have good jobs. We are blessed because we have these very good jobs. There are thousands of people who are unemployed, but we are really blessed to have this job. So wake up in the morning and think of all the things we can be grateful for. You can be grateful for living another day. You can be grateful for wonderful children. You can be grateful for your spouse. You can be grateful for the weather. If it is a nice weather, you can be grateful for that. Right. So there is always so much to be grateful for. And when you are grateful, more positive things come into your life. When you are complaining, and we do complain a lot, "Oh, this is not right. She got the promotion. I didn't get the promotion." Right? All the thing, the that goes in your mind, that pulls you down. If you want to see an example of how negative words and negative thoughts impact you, sit with 5 people who are gossiping and who are saying negative things about another person. After a few minutes, you feel drained of energy, right? So, because just those negative words are taking energy out of your system, and you feel tired and exhausted just because of all the negativity that people are talking. So, in that situation, just move away from there. So I'm going to share a tool, like I shared a tool earlier in the earlier class. So just give me a second while I open it up. Okay. So can you see the screen, everybody? Yeah. We
Yes,
have
ma'am.
yeah,
Yes.
okay, thank you, thank you. And we have negative patterns and we have empowered patterns. So what are negative patterns? I've been talking to you about it, that I can't do this, I can't do that, I'm not good enough, I'm not capable enough, other people are better than me, um, I'm never going to be able to excel, I'm never going to be able to succeed. These are all negative patterns. So each one of us has negative patterns, and these negative patterns stop us from attaining our full potential. So it could be insecurities that we have collected from our childhood or our own self perception of ourselves. Right? So if you went to school and you were criticized in school for not being smart enough, this can be something you carry into your adulthood. And negative patterns become the stumbling block. Excuse me. Negative patterns become the stumbling block to achieving our dreams. So, in the next exercise, we are going to try and identify the negative patterns and then flip them, right? Can you see this now? Is my screen visible?
Yes, madam, madam.
Okay, thank you. So, when you are looking at this, I have indicated 10 negative thoughts or negative patterns that normally people have. But I actually have a list of about 350. So, looking at these, you can get an idea of what a negative thought or a negative pattern is. And I would like you, when you go home today, to identify 5 to 6 negative patterns that you are carrying around, right? It could be, oh, I'm not pretty enough, I'm not good looking enough, I can't sing, I am not a good athlete, I am not the best person doing this job, there are other people better than me. All of these are negative thoughts, right? And so on one side of the page, I want you to write your negative thoughts. And on the other side of the page, you take that same negative thought and convert it into something positive. So, for example, if the negative thought is, I am not good enough, the positive is, I am good enough. And in fact, I have a lot of experience, right? So, I am very good. I am the best. And if you feel in this exercise that you are lacking in some skill, this is an opportunity for you to fill that gap so that you are not constantly bogged down by it. See, we are always, all of us are human beings. And because we are human beings, we are always in a constant process of growth, right? So, like I said earlier in my earlier session, don't think that I have got all the degrees, so I don't have to do anything. We are constantly having to learn and grow. And because we are human beings on this planet, we have to constantly learn it. Okay. So, what is now a mindset? A mindset is a set of beliefs or attitudes that shape how you think about yourself and the world around you. So, it can be a fixed mindset. So, a person who is inflexible and who has a fixed mindset, right? He has the belief that he is what he is and he is not going to change and he is perfectly fine as he is and he doesn't want to change. People with the fixed mindset will avoid all challenges because they believe that if they fail, it is a reflection on their capabilities. Now, failure is actually a blessing in disguise. If anybody ever tells you they have never failed in life, right, they are actually telling you an untruth. So, a fixed mindset is a very limited mindset. A fixed mindset is somebody who doesn't want to develop and grow. A fixed mindset doesn't want to be challenged, doesn't want to face any obstacles. So, a fixed mindset person will say, I'm just not good enough in math, or I'm not creative. I can't draw at all. I can't paint, right? Whatever it is, the fixed mindset person will not have the ability to see a larger picture. And on the other hand, the growth mindset, which I'm going to talk to you about today, which I want you to imbibe in your life, a growth mindset is the belief that your abilities, intelligence can be developed and expanded. People with a growth mindset embrace challenges and see them as opportunities for growth. They also persist in the face of obstacles because they believe that effort will lead them to success. So, someone with a growth mindset will say, I am not good enough in math yet. See that word yet? The word yet means it opens up the possibilities. It is possible that in the future, I will be good in math. So, or I can learn to be creative. Rather than saying I can never be creative, I can learn to be creative. So, going back to this exercise, first you list your 6 or 5 negative uh, patterns. And then write the corresponding empowered patterns, the positive ones on the right hand side. Okay. And take the empowered patterns and put them where you can see it every day. To be reminded that, yes, I am working on this aspect of my life. Right. Now, how can you actually in life turn a negative pattern into a positive pattern? First, the first step is to become aware of it. When you are not even aware of it, you can't do anything about it because you don't even know that you have that negative pattern. So, first and foremost, you need to be aware of that negative pattern. And when you are aware of that negative pattern, it is at that moment that you will be able to flip it or change it. So, any questions so far? See, if it is a negative pattern, once you become aware that you have a negative pattern and you have written the positive one, you should every day challenge the validity of the negative pattern. And once we recognize our negative codes, then whether it is past experience, societal expectations, or internalized criticism, we can look at these thought patterns and we can challenge their accuracy. So, whatever are these thought patterns, you have the ability to challenge their validity and reframe and replace the negative patterns. Right? So, once you replace them, then you have the ability to look forward to the more positive things in your life. A growth oriented mindset is the positive mindset. It is one which aligns you with what you want to achieve in your life, right? So the most important thing that I'm saying to you is you need to understand that a growth mindset is extremely important. One of the reasons why the growth mindset is extremely important is the world is constantly changing. In my own lifetime, we have gone from a rotary phone to a mobile phone with, push buttons and a touch screen. In my own life, I've gone through, from not having computers, not having internet, to having computers and the internet. So that took a lifetime. It took 40 years or 50 years to happen. But the reality is the world is changing. What happened in 40, 50 years in my life will happen in the next 4, 5 years in your life. And those of us who don't adapt ourselves and who don't have a growth mindset are going to be left behind. Whether it is artificial intelligence, whether it is blockchain technology, whether it is changes in your own fields which you are teaching. If you do not keep on learning and growing, you will be outdated, right? And your job is very important. You are giving knowledge to your students, right? And if your knowledge is outdated, then frankly, you are irrelevant to their students' life. So it is very important. It's like a doctor, right? If he or she does not keep in sync with what is happening in his field, they become irrelevant. They cannot say, oh, 50 years ago, I read a textbook and that textbook said this. And that is why a growth mindset is extremely important. A growth mindset is also very extremely important because you are nurturing the minds of young people. And these young people deserve to get the highest level of education from you. Right? So, what else can we do? Write the positive of your negative thought processes or your negative patterns, put them down and look at them every single day. So, for example, a professional who has internalized a negative code, I'm not capable of leading a team, right? Can flip it and say, I have valuable leadership skills and I'm continually developing my skills to become a more effective leader. The other thing which you can do is to surround yourself with positive influences and positive people. Right? People who have a growth mindset. Hang out with them, spend time with them. Don't spend time with people who have a fixed mindset because they will pull you down with their own negativity. So seek out and meet people and interact with people who are supporting you in your growth. Right? That will help you to grow. And you can support them in their growth. Right? So the people we spend time with, they are very important. Right? You remember when we were children, our parents used to say, oh, don't hang out with that child. He's very bad in his exams, in his studies. Right? Or that person is a bad influence. Don't go and meet that person. Right? All of us have had that experience with our parents. It's the same in life. But the only difference is now we are doing our own choosing. So be very wise and careful about who you are spending time with. Right? The other thing is embrace challenges and learn from setbacks. So I want to give you an example of Thomas Edison. So he was, experimenting and was making the first light bulb. And he failed 10,000 times. 10,000 times. 10,001 time he succeeded, but 10,000 times he failed. So somebody was interviewing him and they said, you failed 10,000 times. What was your motivation to keep going? So Thomas Edison said, I didn't fail 10,000 times. I found 10,000 ways that did not work. Look at the mindset. What an amazing mindset that man had, right? Anybody else, frankly, would have given up. After even 100 or even 50 times, you say, okay, forget it. It's too much. I'm not going to do it. But his mindset was so fantastic, so positive, that every time he failed, he didn't look at it as a failure. He said, I found another way that actually doesn't work. Isn't that amazing? I find it mind blowing to be able to speak like that. So, for example, there's a person who cannot speak in public, finds it really difficult. Okay. Now, you can say, okay, I'm a terrible public speaker. I don't want to speak in front of people. But the reality is that in order for you to, if you have a growth mindset, you will join an institution or put yourself in a situation where you will be forced to speak in public. You're challenging yourself. And you look actively for situations where you can take the mic and speak, right? The other thing which happens, which is really good when you challenge yourself, is you get feedback, positive and constructive feedback. You may also get some negative feedback, but you can ignore it, right? You can always learn from feedback. So, life is a continuous and continuous and continuous journey of learning and growth, right? I am probably older than everybody here, right? And I think that my biggest motivation every single morning is to, when I get out of bed, is that I have another day in my life where I can learn something new, And there is so much. Maybe one lifetime is not enough to learn so many things. But yes, we still have one more day. So let us not waste that day because time is precious. It's never going to come back, right? So I want to share a story. And it's a story which happened to me in my own life. But I'm sharing it today with you because, frankly, if I could do it, anybody can do it, right? I don't think there's anything particularly special about me. The only thing I feel which has helped me on my journey through life is to have this growth mindset. So many, many years ago, it was probably 1986, 87, I was with Delhi administration as a Joint Secretary Land and Building. And for the first time, the government started giving us computers. And everybody wanted to volunteer to get a computer, not because we knew how to use it, but because when the computer came into your room, they also gave you an air conditioner, right? And we wanted the air conditioner more than the computer because it's very hot in Delhi in summer. So I got my air conditioner, I got my computer, and it was lying on one side of my office for a very long time. And then my secretary went for a couple of trainings, and then she started using the computer basically to type letters. She was only typing letters on it, and neither she nor I had any clue how to use a computer. And For whatever reason, no training happened. So the computer just sat on one side of my office for all of that time. Fast forward a few years, I was in Nairobi and I was selected for a job in the UN, in the United Nations, UN Habitat. And the first day when I got the job, I was very excited. It was one of my dream jobs. I was really happy. So the first day I got that job, my boss called me and he said, she said that, Neeru, on the shared drive, there are all these documents. You can go and have a look at them. And at the end of the day, you can do A, B, C, and then send me an email. Now, I had no idea what is a shared drive. I had no idea what is an email. I had no idea. I had never sent an email, and I was frozen in fear. I said, "Oh my God, I've got this job. When they find out that I don't know all these things, uh, I should be fired actually because I am useless. I don't even know how to send an email." So I went back home that evening and I was very agitated. I was almost close to tears. So my husband calmed me down. He made a few phone calls and one young fellow came to the house from that day. And every evening I had, classes with him to learn how to do the basics on the computer. So in 1 week's time, I was fine. I could at least manage. I may not have been perfect, but I was able to manage. So then, life continued like that. But 5 years from that time, I was the head of administration for UN Habitat. And in that capacity, they were rolling out an IT system and replacing the manual system, right? And this person who did not know how to send an email, I was leading that project now, 5 years later. And it was mind blowing for me to think that I was chosen to do this when a few years ago I knew nothing about IT, I knew nothing about computers, right? But the more interesting thing is, fast forward 16 years, I was in New York and they were doing a project which was similar, but it was for 36 duty stations. That means 36 duty countries, right? And they were bringing about the change in the management information systems in 36 places. And guess who was selected to lead that project? It was me, right? So if I had gone by my first instinct when I was close to tears and I thought I could never do this, right? If I had followed that negative instinct, I would never have achieved that, right? But what I'm failing to tell you is between the learning of the email and heading that project, the first project, and heading the second project, there was a lot of learning involved. There was a lot of learning involved. It didn't just happen. Nobody, divinely came and gave me these projects. I worked really hard to learn, to bring myself up to the same level of understanding as my colleagues. So a growth mindset is not easy, but the end result of it is fantastic because you feel good about yourself. I feel fantastic about myself because I could do that. Right? And in the IS, I'm sorry to say, I was part of the IS. In the IS, once you get in, your job is secured. Whether you are excellent, mediocre, or not so good, nobody really cares because you are now in the system. And the President of India is pleased to appoint you, and he's never really displeased and takes away your job, right? So you have people who are excellent, you have people who are mediocre, right? So from that situation, even to move to the United Nations, where they don't care whether you are an IAS officer, they don't even know what is IAS. You have to define yourself and create your uh, situation so that people respect you from scratch, right? So why I'm telling you this is because if I could do it, I really feel all of us can do it, right? And I want, if nothing else, from these 2 sessions that we are doing together, that you should go back feeling empowered, energized, and motivated to look at your own lives and to see where you can take those negative patterns and shift them, where you can take a weakness and turn it into a strength. You know, you can unleash your full potential, is what I'm trying to say. So now I want to talk to you. We spoke about the word yet. Very important word, right? The power of the word yet. See, I can't do everything in the world, right? So suppose I drive, but suppose I said I can't drive. I don't drive cars, right? I could reframe it and say, I don't drive a car yet. It is a skill I can learn, just like managing a computer was a skill that I could learn, right? So use the word yet. It opens the mind up to possibilities. It creates a whole host of possibilities in your whole life, right? But when you say, oh, I can't drive a car, that's done. It's finished. It's a negative thought, and you have said it, and it will become your reality. But if you say, I can't drive a car yet, or you can say, I will be driving a car in 6 months because I'm taking driving lessons, right? So, a growth mindset encourages continuous improvement and resilience. And the word yet is very powerful. See, any word is powerful, positive or negative. And we need to become aware of what thoughts are coming in our mind, because you need to become like a policeman watching your thoughts. When a negative thought comes, don't say, oh, I can't have a negative thought. Because if you do that, it'll become even more strong. If you have a negative thought, just say, okay, I'm human, I have a negative thought, but I am not going to attach my energy to this thought. You let it go, right? But become aware of these negative thoughts, because the more you become aware of them, the more you are able to remove them from your life, right? So the other thing which is very important for a growth mindset, get out of your comfort zone. We are all sitting in our comfort zone, all of us. We're sitting in very comfortable jobs. We are sitting in very comfortable positions. We are sitting, our families are comfortable. Everything there around us is comfortable. But no change, no growth can happen unless you come out of your comfort zone. Right? So expand yourself out of your comfort zone. The other thing with the growth mindset, right, is that you get a lot of personal fulfillment. When you grow, it feels good. When you learn something new, you feel happy, isn't it? When you do something extraordinary, something new that you surprise yourself, you feel good about it, right? So, this is a very nice way to give yourself a boost, to have more self confidence. Because oh no, I can't do this, yeah. This is too difficult. Then it will remain like that and you will not grow, right? So, I want that all of us should first identify the negative thought patterns, become aware of them, list the 5 or 6 major thought patterns which are negative, flip them, put it on your wall so that you can look at it on a daily basis. Challenge yourself, do something out of the ordinary. That is what is a growth mindset. Okay, so before we go any further, okay, I would like to ask you if you have any questions. I'll be happy to answer them. And then I will go back to the concluding part of my session.
Morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
NRC Kadapa, ma'am. I'm from NRC.
Okay.
Dr.
Okay.
Pauli. My question is societal expectations is negative thinking or positive thinking?
Societal expectations. So it can be positive or negative. So societal expectations, like for example, if there is an expectation from your family regarding your what you should be doing in your life, right? So for example, you are a lady. I know that we women in India who are working, we have the weight of our professional job, we have the weight of looking after our families also, right? So the expectations are a great deal from women, right? And sometimes they are uh, expectations which cannot be achieved actually. There are only 24 hours in the day and we are humans. But societal expectations need to go through the filter of what is right for you. Don't let somebody else tell you, right, that you are limited because you are not able to achieve something. Do the best, give your 100% in a situation. But after that, if it is not possible to do everything according to what society wants, right, you are the best person to judge. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, ma'am. That is limited to our thinking. As personal development, whatever we want to do, we will put our 100% effort to deliver our knowledge to the society. But in that same sense, we'll expect from the society. For example, if we take the police department, uh, actually,
Yes.
But police department nowadays, most of the police are working for the politicians and taking guard for the politicians and the corruptionists. But normal people are very much afraid to go even police station. My experience in my life 3 times. I went to police station. I lost my mobile first time. I rounded around police station three to 4 days, but I didn't get any justice. After that, I lost some laptop again because of my negligence. But even that time also, I got the same experience from the police. Third time, when I went to a festival, there the police people are protecting the politicians and keeping the normal people aside. They didn't allow normal people to enter that festival area. This is the way our police department is in the society now. How to not only police department, but all the departments. And they are not working up to their marks. What is their job? So how to be aware of these type of thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I totally appreciate this. I have experienced this myself. I was in the government, and I had colleagues who were, you know, I shouldn't use the word, very strong word, but they were not living or doing their job correctly. And what I can say to you, madam, is that we can only change ourselves, right? So right now we are focusing on ourselves. We cannot say to the police department, oh, Neeruji came and gave us this lecture and she said you should have a growth mindset. They are going to throw us out. So the only person that you can impact is yourself, right? And right now, frankly, in this class, I am more interested in you because and we yes, we are members of society, and we should impact our society as well, and the police are part of that society. But if you go and stand in front of the police station and sit in a dharna, nothing will be achieved, right? So the only way you can do anything is, if I was in your position, the only way you can make an impact on society is to become what's the word for it? Aware of your own role in life, right? So, what is your role in life as professors? Your role in life is to impact the lives of the students who are there with you. So, if you can impart these values of being a good citizen in yourself first, and then into your students, then maybe the next generation of police people will be better, right? The next generation of politicians may be better. We cannot go and individually change the professors who are there, right?
Yes,
The police people who are there. Sorry.
yes, ma'am. We are doing the same 100% right now. With our students are asking us these questions in our classroom. Actually, when we interact with them and they are expressing this type of negative thoughts they are seeing in the society, present society. Same way as you said, we are saying that next generation, at least you people be honest in your profession, then we can change this situation in future. Like that, we are telling. One more question is, ma'am. Women and emotions, ma'am. Actually,
Sorry. Women and emotions.
actually, my negative feeling and negative yeah, actually is I'll feel very emotional even if I see anyone is crying in front of me, or even if I read anything in newspaper, I'll get tears. And if anyone shouts at me, immediately I'll get tears. This is, I feel it is my weakness. Please, can you suggest me how to overcome this?
So, first and foremost, congratulations, because you have identified something which is really a very powerful part of your life, right? So, now that you have identified it, you know that this is how you behave or you react in situations. So, what I want you to do, this is again going back to self awareness and then now going to growth mindset, because they are both interlinked. You have become aware, so you have the ability to change it because you have become aware. So the first thing I want you to do is to write the opposite of what you have just told me on a piece of paper and put it on your wall, number one. Second thing is that when you are feeling this kind of emotion, right, take 5 or 10 deep breaths in and out before you react. Before you take any action, take 5 or 10 deep breaths in and out. Okay, keep your eyes closed and take 5 or 10 deep breaths out and in. When you do that, your mind will automatically slightly calm down. Okay, I also have actually the tool which could help you to handle your mind and emotions. But unfortunately, in this session, we cannot cover that. It's too short a session, right? It takes a period of 6 days, and the program is there. But if you are interested, you can call me. Outside, and we can have a conversation separately. Okay. Uh, but yes, congratulations. At least you have found this. Many women have this issue. It is also linked to our physiology, right? The way we are wired, and hormones and this and that and the other. We are very emotional people, no doubt about it. But don't let it pull you down, is what I'm saying, right? So, what is emotion? The word emotion is energy in motion. So, what happens is when you are emotional in a situation, you are taking your energy and giving it to that situation or that person. So, suppose you are angry with somebody and you shout at them. Then you have taken your energy and given it your fantastic energy, your positive energy. You've taken your energy and given it to that person with whom you are upset. Now, that is the opposite of what you wanted to do, but you have given your energy to that person. So, remember that every time when you feel emotional, remember that you don't want to give your positive energy to other people. It's very precious, right? So, just remember that if you get excited or you get emotional in a situation, you are actually depleting yourself of energy and harming your own self. Okay? But you are happy, you can get my number, my contact, and talk to me. I can give you some more pointers with a little bit more time, right? How to handle your mind and emotions.
Thank you very much for your suggestions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to ask a question?
Ma'am, good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
This is NRC Anantapuram.
Okay.
Yeah, Dr. Brinda. Ma'am, already I got the answer for this. We have to throw the negative mindsets. Of course, which now you have answered through the perception of students, it is okay. But in the society, as which I have observed, that still as the age is growing on, it becomes older and older. Still, some of the mindsets have not increased the positivity. Then, how to tackle that? How to overcome that? And any tips for the especially older ones? I'm asking, ma'am. I got answer for the students' sake. Then, how we have to overcome this?
So as you grow older and you are set in your ways, right, it becomes much more difficult to change your mindset,
Yes, yes.
And that is very true. But look at it this way. If at the age of 65, I can be talking to you about growth mindset, then age is just a number and it should not be a barrier. In fact, it should be a beautiful challenge for you that, okay, and I'm 50 years old or whatever your age is, right? And even at this age, I can, make a positive change in my life, right? So these days, by the way, more and more people are living to 80, 90, 100, right? Even beyond 100, you hear about so many people living beyond 100. So in this situation, we cannot think, oh, I will only live to 70 and after that, God, no, we are going to live for another many, many years. So today, if you consider yourself a little bit senior, right? What you are really not senior. You're very, very young in comparison to, say, my uncle who is 97 years old, right? So you are still very young. You still have many, many years ahead of you. So it is important to continuously grow and change, right? And I'm really happy that you are asking this question because, that means you're thinking about it.
Madam, I have faced a lot of challenges and problems towards the society. Each and every time I have observed, and it's one of major experiences. That's why I have shared in front of you.
So, could you, I mean, without telling us something very personal, could you share an example of the kind of challenges you face?
Yeah, ma'am. Something, if we says anything, no, it's already, we have come across, we know everything. Then what is the fun in knowing up at this time? They are refused to receive from the younger ones or any other. So if your mindset is positive attitude, automatically they have decided, and I'll appreciate you. Though you are 65 years, you are receiving in such a positive mindset. Hats off to you and I appreciate you well, ma'am.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is I'm not extraordinary. I'm just a very normal, regular person. What I'm saying is that at any age, we can have the the positive mindset, but you are absolutely right. The elderly people who are above us, who are senior to us, how do you change them? It's a big challenge, especially those who think they know everything and there is nothing more to learn, right? Those are the most difficult kind of people, right? We can only hope that they'll retire soon.
So that elders cannot bring any change towards the younger ones. If they
Yeah.
make like others also, the next generation will move like that only. So
That is the
we know,
problem. That is the
yeah, we
problem.
have to eradicate. We have to get it unless and until if you increase their mindset, automatically the future generation will have a good increase. We can see the
Yeah.
better level.
So I think what you can do, what I see, if I was in your position, what I would be able to do is make the change in myself, number one, and then in my students, right? So all these tools that I've shared with you over the last couple of days, take those tools and share it with your students so that they are more self-aware, so that they have a growth mindset. So the next generation at least is not suffering from this, fixed mindset. Oh, I know everything. I don't need to learn anything new. This is very destructive. It is very limiting. And if you have that fixed mindset, you are stuck in a different world, in a different generation, right? And actually, those kind of people should not be interacting with young people, because if they are interacting with young people, those young people are imbibing these kind of values from them, which is very wrong. So I do appreciate you have a challenge there, madam. Brinda, you said, right? Your
Yeah,
name
yeah.
was? Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing that, Brinda.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you. Anybody else? One of the gentlemen. I want to hear from the gentleman. So, one of the gentlemen from NRC Guntur, why don't you say something? Or from Kadapa as well, or from any of the places. Okay, so the two gentlemen from NRC Pillar who are talking to each other in the front, why don't you ask a question? The gentleman in the gray shirt and the gentleman in the check shirt. Okay, all right. So I thank the ladies for being courageous and asking the questions. I think the gentlemen are a little bit shy, so we will continue. So I want to basically wrap up what I have been saying, right? So a growth mindset, persistence and effort, looking at failures as opportunities, constantly learning, continuous self-improvement, right? There is no way we can have all the knowledge in the world, right? So there is nobody in this world that knows everything except for Wikipedia and Google, right? We are not Wikipedia and Google. But yes, constantly growing and learning is very important. So, innovation and creativity. I want you to understand that a growth mindset supports innovation and creativity. So, for instance, you have students, right? And the students are there in your classes now. All of you are teaching very, very different subjects. But if you are teaching any of the technical subjects, you can support your students to set up you know a company, a startup. You can be the catalyst that helps them to grow. You have so much experience and knowledge. They can benefit from that. So think out of the box. Be creative. You can impact the lives of the future generations. And you are doing that. See, whether you take action to help them or you don't, you are still impacting their life. If you don't do anything to help them, yeah, they will not benefit from your knowledge. But if you help them, they're benefiting from your knowledge. So think out of the box and help your students. And when you do that, when you go out of your comfort zone to help the students that are studying with you, believe me, the amount of fulfillment you feel and the personal growth that happens inside of yourself, right? That is invaluable. It's worth much more than money in the bank because you are contributing to somebody's life. And when you see them blossom, you can feel so happy and so fulfilled. So also understand that every situation has multiple potentials. That is another aspect of the growth mindset. So the word yet is full of possibilities. Same way, you and your students are full of possibilities and potential. When you start to do anything, the first thing you come across is self-doubt. Oh, I really can't do this. What she's talking about is fine in a textbook or in the classroom. But how am I going to really implement this in my life? I don't think I can do it. Please stop that. All of you are capable. All of you are amazing in whatever you do. There is nobody else like you. You are unique. So don't have a self-doubt because a self-doubt is related directly to a limiting belief. Because why do we doubt our capabilities? Because we have limitations in our thoughts. So don't doubt yourself. And resilience in the face of setbacks. I gave the example of Thomas Edison. I don't know if there is anybody who would try 10,000 times. But forget about 10,000 times. At least let's try 10 times. Right? At least let's try 10 times. So don't give up in the face of challenges because challenges are actually opportunities. And this, I'm not saying it because it's a cliche, right? Every challenge is an opportunity. I gave you the example from my life, right? I didn't know how to send an email. I was petrified. I was really, really shaken. How much self-doubt I had that day? I thought I was like, on one hand, I was a IAS officer and in India, everybody has great respect for me, etc., etc. And then suddenly I'm in a situation where they don't know who I am. They just know me as anybody else. They don't care that I am an IAS officer. For them, it's not impressive. So what, right? And then if I tell them, oh, I don't know how to manage a computer, that's really, really revealing my weakness, right? So I was, just look at that situation. It was such a big learning for me, such a big learning. I could understand there was a lot of matters, of self-awareness. I was petrified. I was scared. My mind shut down. How can I learn such a lot of things in such a short time? So you can take that experience of mine and put it in any area of your life and challenge yourself, right? So, and the other thing which I will say, which I truly have lived in my life, and I really believe, is that life is continuous process of learning and growth, right? Continuous process of learning and growth. The day I stop learning, that day I will no longer be growing. I would probably be dead, right? So, first and foremost, we need to believe in ourselves. We need to have positive thoughts because our thoughts determine our destiny. And we need to have positive people around us, right? Whether it is a mentor, somebody more senior than you, whether it is a friend who is at the same level as you, right? You need supportive people. So you can support your friend can support you. So you need to, for your students also, provide an environment of recognition, support, where they feel empowered. And they feel empowered to take on new challenges so that they can contribute and develop new strengths. So yeah. So the other thing again I want to reiterate is effort. Nothing in life, believe me, nothing in life was achieved without effort. And all of you are such senior, faculty that you know that. I'm sure you didn't get your PhD degree without effort. All of you put in that effort, right? So you know what is effort. It's tough. It's challenging yourself. But what I'm saying is that what makes life beautiful and meaningful is to constantly challenge yourself, not just once in a while. Challenge your students also. Help them to grow and blossom. They are the future of this country. You are performing one of the most magnificent and important jobs in the whole world. In our Indian tradition, the guru is the most important. You are all gurus, right? You're all masters in you're experts in your field. So take that responsibility on your shoulders to make a difference to the life of the students that you are working with. So sometimes, we don't want to take feedback. We feel upset when somebody gives us feedback. And actually, that's a very limiting thing. It's not a growth mindset. Suppose I write an article and I show it to one of you, and you are correcting my grammar and you're correcting my expression and you're correcting this structure, I may find it very offensive. Oh, but I know English so well, but how is she correcting my grammar and my style, right? But a growth mindset will say, okay, I should look at it. If that person has pointed it out, I must look at it. Maybe there is some mistake there, or maybe it can be better expressed, right? So, in every situation, be open to receive feedback professionally and personally. 90% of the time, the people that we want to give a feedback to, like even in my life, I can't give feedback to those people because I know they are not receiving that feedback. They're completely closed. So just give me a second. Yeah. See, in every situation, feedback plays a very important role. The other thing is, with a growth mindset, a person with a growth mindset will have strong relationships and believe in collaboration. Most of us like to work alone. Why should I collaborate with anybody? I'm so good myself. Why should I bother? But collaboration is the future, right? And the growth mindset is the basis. So, as educators, right, you need to foster this culture of growth mindset, right? And you can provide positive and constructive feedback to your students, encourage them to take risks, and promote a safe learning environment, safe and supportive learning environment. So, this, I think, is the most important role of educators, right? So, one is in self-awareness, second is growth mindset. If you can share these two tools, these 2 days of what we discussed with your students, right? You would do a big, you will really benefit them. Okay. And this will be a big contribution from your part to them. Because in normal life, we don't talk about these things with our students. But handling your mind and your emotions is one of the most important tools that we need to have. 50 years ago, these things were not discussed even, right? But you understand now, and I would like to, tell you again that what did I say to begin with? Your thoughts become your words. Your words become your actions. Your actions become your habits. Your habits become your character. And your character becomes your destiny. Right? So I have paraphrased it in some ways, but even Mahatma Gandhi, said these, something very similar. It was, maybe the words were a little different, but your thoughts become your words. Your words become your actions. And just all that, just your thoughts becomes your destiny. So if you remove everything in the middle, your thoughts, where you started from, becomes your destiny. So handling your thoughts, your negative thoughts, changing them to positive thoughts is extremely important. And that is directly linked to your growth mindset, right? So again, any questions before we conclude? Okay. From this, I will assume that I must have been a very boring speaker. Uh, uh, so, yes.
Good morning,
Please go
madam.
ahead. Good morning.
And a person's personality, socio-economic, and their religious conditions. What you said earlier, the school and environment factors are strongly on their mindset and they're forming their personalities, madam. I saw a quotation in a corporate school: "A fool at 40 is a fool forever." Like that.
So, can you say that again, the last part? The-
A fool at 40 is a fool forever.
Yeah. So
Ah.
why is that person a fool forever? Because his mindset is not flexible, right? So I agree with you. We are the result of our socioeconomic background. We are the result of the religion we comes from. We are the result of the schools we went to. We are the result of the parents we have. We are the result of the society and community we live in, right? Having said that, right, like you are the result of all of these things in your life, I am the result of all of these things in my life. Now, I want you to understand that the entire process that I was talking about today, the growth mindset, is to get out of that. Because all of those things put us into a box, they put us into a set mindset, right? You cannot or can do this or not, it is all decided by society. But are we going to accept what society says about our life? It is our life. It is our mind. It is our emotions. It is our future, right? So that is why, that is where the growth mindset, self-awareness, all these things come in, so that we can break out of these shackles of so many years of almost indoctrination that has happened from our socioeconomic background, our culture, our communities, our religion, our everything, right? I'm not saying everything we have learned so far is wrong, but where it puts us into a fixed, limiting thought process, that is where we need to break out of it, right? Because, for example, religions, for example, believe that religion has a very important role to play in society, because no matter what religion you come from, they all teach the positive things. Every one of them asks you to be a better human being, right? So there is nothing wrong with that. That is very important. But where it is negatively impacting you, right? For example, it will say, oh, because I come from not such a great socioeconomic background, I cannot succeed. I refuse to accept that. Today, every single year, when the IAS exam results are announced, increasingly there are children who are entering the civil services from remote villages whose socioeconomic background was very, very humble. They broke their mindset to succeed, right? And they did it. Similarly, in medical field, in engineering field, in your own classes, there must be students coming from every socio-economic background. Many of them from, backgrounds where they are the first generation who are getting a higher education, right? So these children need to be helped to break that mindset. Oh, you can't do it because you come from a, background which is not so uh, wealthy. We need to help them to break out of that, right? I think you all have an amazing opportunity, and I'm sure you will fulfill that opportunity. Thank you. Anybody else? Any questions?
Thank you, madam.
Thank you.
Madam,
Yes?
this is Dr. Srinivas, NRC from Guntur.
Okay.
I want the clarifications from what is the difference between the character and personality. Character is the inward appearance, personality is the outward appearance. While I was teaching to the students, how will I identify their inward personality while I was teaching to the student? Please, madam.
So yes, you are absolutely right. Character is something which is inside, it is inward facing, and personality is what you see, right? Outside, outwardly. So that is perfectly correct. So the thing is, you don't need to actually know their character. What you need to do is to give them examples of good character or good values or good positive thought patterns. Let them do the work for themselves. If you go into understanding their character, then you'll have to, it's more of a psychological process, which is very tough. So then you have to, go into getting another certification or another degree, which will allow you to do psychological work with your students, which is not necessary. I think your job is really to just inspire people so that they can attain their full potential, really. I hope I've answered your question. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Any other person? Okay.
Is there any queries from any NRC? No more queries, ma'am. We can think so. Thank you so much, ma'am. It's really thought-provoking session. Let's have tea break for 10 minutes. Srikalahasti, are you ready to propose vote of thanks? Srikalahasti? NRC Srikalahasti. Srikalahasti program coordinator, please respond. Few minutes, ma'am.
No problem. No problem.
Madam,
Yeah. Ma'am, please carry on.
yeah, shall I propose vote of thanks?
Yes, ma'am. Sure.
No, if Kalahasti is ready, no problem.
They have technical issue, ma'am. You can propose.
Madam, okay, madam.
Ma'am, please wait. They are ready. I think so. Srikalahasti, are you ready?
Madam.
Sir, please carry on. Srikalahasti.
Madam, you propose, madam, please. Carry on.
Anantapur, NRC Anantapur, ma'am, please carry on.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. So, once again, Neeru Singh, ma'am, it's my sincere and from all our participants from 9 NRCs, we will express our sincere and heartfelt gratitude to you for your wonderful, beautiful, and highly informative session. And you have given a lot of illustrations and how to overcome the problems and how to tackle in different ways in the position of students as well as the older, younger ones. And really, I appreciate at this age also you are coming forward to motivate the young generation. So once again, thanking all my CC members and office bearers and all the other participants for giving this a wonderful opportunity. Thank you once again, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. It was my pleasure. I hope you all enjoyed. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Really, we have enjoyed all your sessions for all batches. It's really motivational for us. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay.
Again, we'll meet by 11:40. శ్రీకాళహస్తి ఒకసారి మాట్లాడండి సార్.
Madam, am I audible, madam?
Yes sir, yes sir. Okay.
We are ready to propose, to introduce the speaker, next speaker, madam.
Okay sir. Okay.
Right.
Please be ready.
Fine. ఉండాలి.
Warm welcome to eminent resource person Padmini Shankar ma'am.
Yeah, good morning, everyone.
Morning ma'am. Ma'am, for 5 minutes to start ma'am. They are in tea break.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yes.
I too thought that we are a little early. So please have your tea and then let me know. Okay, I'll be here.
I request all NRCs to switch on your videos and ask participants to reassemble again immediately. GDC Pile, please switch on video. Guntur. NRC Guntur also requested to switch on video. NRC Kakinada, very few members are there. I request program coordinator to reassemble the participants immediately. We'll start the session. Once again, welcome back for the session. We welcome you once again, Padmini Shankar ma'am, for the 6 days non-residential training on English medium of instruction. I request NRC Srikala Hasti to introduce today's eminent resource person to the participants. NRC Srikala Hasti.
Yes, madam. Good evening to everyone. It's my honor to introduce our distinguished speaker for today's session, Dr. K. Padmini Shankar. Presently, she is a professor, Department of ESL Studies at YEFLO, Hyderabad. Professor Padmani Garu has a wealth of expertise both in teaching and research. She dedicated herself in shaping the minds of countless students for past 3 decades. She successfully guided many doctoral students and has published many research articles that are internationally acknowledged. Professor Padmani's passion for sharing knowledge has taken her far and wide across the globe. She has the privilege of visiting 23 foreign universities in 12 different countries, including USA, UK, Australia, Canada, Japan, and Singapore, just to mention a few. In recognition of her outstanding contributions and achievements, Professor Padmani Garu was awarded the prestigious fellowship, Fulbright Nehru Fellowship in the year 2018. With such an impressive academic background and a demonstrated commitment to education and research, it is our fortune to have Professor Padmani Garu, who is kindly consented to share her expertise and insight with us today. Please join me in extending a very warm welcome to Professor K. Padmini Shankar. Thank you, madam. Thank you for the opportunity.
A very good morning to all of you, and thank you for all those kind words. It's always a joy to meet like-minded people like us. We all belong to one community, the community of teachers. Okay, so it's a matter of pleasure for me to keep meeting all of you. This is the third round, hopefully the last round.
Yes, ma'am, last batch.
Yeah. So it's a great opportunity, although of course online it would have been far better had we all had the opportunity to meet in person, but well, of course, then it cannot happen at such a large scale, right? There are about how many participants? I am told about 700.
For this batch, 600, ma'am. Last batch, we
600.
had 1300.
Ah, oh my, huge numbers. That's a fact of our country. You know, we have huge number of teachers, huge number of colleges and schools, and lakhs of teachers, and at different levels who require continuing professional development. So we'll discuss what we call reflective practice and continuing professional development for an hour and maybe about 90 minutes. Now, what do I do? Share, right? I'm still figuring out what do it's, okay, here, okay. Okay, yeah. I have several things opened on my laptop, so you can see this screen, right?
Yes, ma'am, it's visible.
All right, okay. So once again, welcome to this session on reflective practice and continuing professional development. What are we going to do for, let's say, about 90 minutes? We already, I think, lost about maybe 10 minutes. Doesn't matter. Life is always unpredictable, and we need to take care of ourselves. Tea is the most important thing in life. If you ask me, tea is anytime tea. So it's important that we are sufficiently refreshed in order to focus attention. So what shall we look at? We will discuss what reflective practice is and maybe understand it in a more detailed manner, exploring levels of reflection and strategies that we can use to engage in reflective practice. And of course, we will also explore the inextricable link between reflection and continuing professional development. Okay, I have a request. Let's make this as interactive as possible because I believe in sharing knowledge. We're all teachers. It's just that probably I know a little more on this theme than you all do. Okay, so but we grow together. We learn together by sharing experiences. We will also discuss something called communities of practice a little later in the talk. So if you have any queries or if you, I'd keep asking you questions, please volunteer to respond. You can also use the chat box where there are controls, you know. Where is controls? How do I access the chat box? I saw controls last time.
Ma'am, it will be top of the screen, ma'am.
Yeah, top of the screen, show
Mute
meeting
will be
controls.
there.
Yeah, I saw show meeting controls, and we can also use the chat box. Okay. But do participate. Okay. Okay. What's happening? Okay, we said reflective practice, right? Let us reflect. Okay. There is something here, something like a formula. There are teachers, lecturers here from mathematics, right? So we know plus minus is equal to etc. Right? Okay. Now, what does student learning is equal to teacher learning mean? Think about it. I'll open the chat box also if you want to post something in the chat box. You all have your, I don't know, tablets or systems, or you do have them, right? So what does student learning is equal to teacher learning mean? What does the statement imply? Who should learn? Should teachers learn or should students learn? In a learning and teaching scenario, who is learning? Teachers or students?
Both, madam. Both.
I'm glad you said both.
Madam, good morning.
Good morning.
Learning is a continuous process, as it is a continuous
Okay.
process. Both student and teacher have to learn.
Okay.
Unless they learn new things, they cannot teach.
Exactly. Yeah. That's the whole point. So what are students learning? Students are learning the content, right? What are teachers learning? As you said, newer ways of presenting that content, newer ways of delivering knowledge, right? So we are saying student learning is equal to teacher learning. In other words, what we are saying is it is not enough if teachers think that their students are learning. They need to explore and continuously keep learning to teach tomorrow in a better manner than we are teaching today. Okay, so if we are learning, then our learning gets reflected in student learning, right? So therefore, we have another equation like this. We are saying student learning is equal to teacher learning, right? So we are saying that both should learn. Both teachers and students should learn because teacher learning is linked to student learning. Let's see what we have here. So the next, it therefore follows that we have made a statement that student learning is equal to teacher learning. Therefore, the subsequent statement would be continuous teacher learning is equal to increased student learning. Right? So if we want to enhance our students' learning, we need to keep learning. Okay, that is where reflective practice comes into enters the scenario. How does it help us keep learning? Okay, we will explore that. Now let's ask a few questions. These are, you look at these questions and tell me what sense they make to you. Okay. You may want to maybe write down or, collect your thoughts. Look, there are 3 questions on the screen. You can see 3 questions, right? I have put down other subjects as well because there are teachers who teach several domains here, right? It's a common program, isn't it?
Yes.
Right. So there are some of us who are English teachers, some of us are teach mathematics, some of us teach maths, biology, physics, chemistry, maybe commerce, whatever it is, there are different domains of knowledge, right? So look at the 3 questions that we have put down here with the idea of why these questions are important and what these questions actually mean, which domains they belong to. Take a minute. I'll give you a minute. Why are these questions important? You can also post your responses in the chat box. I'll keep looking at the chat box. Any ideas? Why are these questions important for us as teachers? Any idea?
Actually, madam,
Yeah.
because learning is a purposeful activity.
Yes.
Which is expected that the student should acquire knowledge for upliftment of his knowledge and for his bright career.
Yes.
Teacher is to be expected to make the student to learn.
Yes, well said. The purpose of all teaching is a purposeful activity. So is learning, right? Learning has certain goals. Learners have certain goals. Learning has certain outcomes, predetermined outcomes. And in today's times, we all talk about outcome-based learning. Fair enough, right? So what we are saying is these three questions, please try to focus your attention on what I'm going to say for the next 2 minutes or so. These three questions point to three dimensions of teaching and learning. Whatever the subject that we are teaching be, okay? It can be chemistry, it can be math, it can be English, it can be Telugu, Sanskrit, whatever subject we are teaching, there are three dimensions to teaching and learning. Look at the first question. Do I really know how someone learns, how learners cope with the content? How do they learn? How someone learns concepts? Okay. Now this question points to the cognitive domain. Please understand this clearly. This question points to the cognitive domain. What is cognition? Cognition refers to thinking. Okay. So how do we learn something? We process information, right? We process information that comes to us and we try to make sense of it. So learners are actively engaging themselves with the content that we are presenting to them in the class. Now, for example, aren't you processing the information that is coming your way? For example, I've just used the term cognitive dimension, right? You're processing that information and I'm trying my best to facilitate that processing for you, right? So the first question refers to the cognitive dimension of learning and teaching. Now look at the second question. How exactly does my teaching make a positive difference? This refers to the kind of emotions that we create in our learners, right? Sometimes, let's not take the, suppose you ask students, what subject are you afraid of? Okay. They can give us answers. The first thing that they'd be afraid of would be what subject? Generally in schools or in colleges. What subject would they be afraid of? What are tough subjects?
Maths and physics, ma'am.
What are they?
Chemistry is tough, ma'am. Maths and physics.
Sorry, you're saying something?
Mathematics and physics.
Oh yes, mathematics, chemistry, and unfortunately English as well in certain contexts. Before I joined EFLU as a faculty member, I taught in Kurnool Degree College for a long time. So I know what the problems are. And the students used to tell me that, Madam, English is our biggest problem. It's like devil. You know, it's actually like a monster. It's very sad because of the fear that they have of the subject. Okay, so we need to make a positive impact on our students regarding the subject that we are dealing with, right? As in, now the second question belongs therefore to the affective domain. Please remember, affect. The second domain, maybe I'll put it in the chat box for you. First domain is cognitive domain. First question belongs to the cognitive dimension of teaching. Second question focuses on what is the domain that can somebody type it out for me, please, in the chat box? Second question focuses on the affective dimension of teaching. Now, affect is a construct in language teaching and learning, which refers to feelings and emotions. Okay, sometimes without our knowledge, without wanting to create a sense of disappointment in people, we label students. It happens very unwittingly in classrooms. Oh, they're such a dull student, or such a goner, and nothing here, numbskull. We keep using labels. These labels are going to stay with students for a long period of time. So let's not function in a manner that damages their sense of self-worth. Now, I'm using a construct from psychology, which is called sense of self-worth. all of us have a sense of identity, right? We have a sense of self-worth, that we are all good people, that we are capable of certain things. So each individual has a sense of self-worth. Now, our comments might sometimes damage the sense of self-worth of our learners. Therefore, we need to examine the kind of style or delivery that we are using in the classroom. Okay, so the second question relates to the what domain? The second question refers to the affective dimension of teaching. Now look at the third question. What do I do that gets in the way of my students' learning? Am I delivering content properly? Instead of facilitating learning, am I hindering learning? Right? So this refers to the pedagogic dimension of teaching, right? So teaching and learning. So please understand the three dimensions of teaching and learning: the cognitive dimension, the pedagogic, the affective dimension, and the pedagogic dimension. In other words, to put it simply, the first question refers to what is it that I am teaching? Okay, they need to learn, right? So do I know how they learn? So what is it that I'm teaching? The second one is how am I teaching? Okay, third one, how best can I teach? What are the pedagogic strategies that I can use? So we need to reflect on these three dimensions of teaching. We are saying reflective practice, right? Now reflect on what? You can ask me, ma'am, what should we reflect on? We reflect on all the three dimensions related to teaching and learning, whatever may be the subject, doesn't matter, right? So there is a cognitive domain, concepts, ideas, how they relate to each other, how are my learners learning, how can I teach them. Second is the pedagogic. Of course, the second question is the affective domain, and third domain is the pedagogic domain. So we need to reflect on all these three domains. Any questions so far, please? Are we going okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now let's look at our journey as teachers. Okay. Well, this picture has what we see on the screen has something very interesting there. Okay. How do people look here? Are they all happy or sad or kind of a little lost, or what is it like?
Happy to sad.
Look at we can't call it progress. When we started off as teachers, I think most of us probably can relate to this. In this group that we are we have now, maybe there are teachers who have 15 years of experience, probably 20 years. I don't know what the range of your experience. And maybe there are some of us who have 2 years of experience, 3 years or 5 years. What's the range of experience of the teachers that we have in this group? Any of the coordinators can tell me?
More than 25 maybe, ma'am. More than 25 years also.
What's the starting range?
Maybe 2 years, ma'am. 2 years.
Okay, that's a perfect example. We can understand this very well. Some of us, like me, like some of you in the group, and we have near about 3 decades of experience. So what happens is, and some of you there have 2 years of experience. So what does this mean? Initially, when we start off a career, it's all smiles. We have so much of enthusiasm. We want to experiment. That's how I was when I first started off my career way back in 1998. First, I worked in Alur for a few months, and then I got transferred to Kurnool with a request, of course. So I was full of ideas. I was trained in CFIL. I studied in CFIL. I did my MPhil and PhD from CFIL. Which is the earlier avatar of EFLU, Central Institute of English and Foreign Languages. So I had full of, it's like full of beans. I had a lot of energy and lots of ideas. And then I would experiment with those ideas, a lot of enthusiasm. And slowly what happens? Reality hits us, right? So we take stock of, there's a reality check. And slowly what happens? maybe, routines set in, and then we keep doing the same thing over and over and over again. So what happens? Slowly that enthusiasm wanes, it vanishes, it diminishes, it disappears. So we start wondering, what am I doing here actually? In fact, I don't know, I would like not to think, I would like to think that none of you there sitting there is really asking yourself this question. I hope not, but it might happen, at least not in my session. Maybe in some sessions you wondered, I don't know, what am I doing here, sitting here at 11:45 in the morning after 25 years of experience? What is there more for me to learn? It's quite possible that we ask ourselves that question, right? So what we are trying to understand is that as we progress in our profession, somehow the initial euphoria, the initial enthusiasm, kind of vanishes because of so many reasons. It's not that we are solely responsible for this lack of interest. Some kind of what do you say, some kind of if I can say, passionlessness, some kind of routineness, some kind of casualness sets in. So we may not be the sole reason for that. So does this happen? Is it? Can you relate to this picture? What you see on the screen? You can be honest. I've also gone through all of them. These are, I mean, natural feelings. Does this picture seem relatable to you? Okay. So now, so that's what we are saying. Teaching seems very exciting and challenging initially, but then we kind of gather experience, and then we become a little more comfortable, and we gain confidence, and slowly it becomes less enjoyable because we are doing the same thing. We are repeating ourselves. We are not experimenting with ourselves. We are not taking any risks. Why? Because we don't want to. When it is going happily, why take the risk? Common sense, right? When we have experimented things initially and we have arrived at some kind of a routine that does not fail us, so why take risks now? That's when we start experiencing a kind of a plateau experience. There's nothing for us to learn more or go down in our experience. So there's a kind of a um, um, kind of a phase where there is nothing interests us in terms of professional development. So why does this happen? Look at the reasons. Why do we experience that kind of a thing? Does any of these feelings relate to you? Take a good look.
Yes, madam.
Which one will you pick as something that you really relate to? I'll repeat the question. Most of us may be experiencing these feelings. Which one of these feelings is very relatable to you? Do you identify yourself with?
Stress, ma'am.
Stress. You said it. Why stress?
Pressures.
Why
Next, second is pressures.
pressures? Oh, yes. Having to attend this program itself is a matter of pressure for us, isn't it? Let's be honest. It's not
But it is a pleasure. Though it is pressure, it is a pleasure.
Okay, fine. Fine. All right. We have to be also politically correct. We have to be wise when we make statements. I'm sure this is recorded, right? So the point is, there are several things that cause this kind of lack of interest. We fall into routines. A lot of pressures on us, a lot of stress. Life is very fast paced in today's times, so we need to cope with so many things, too many demands. There's a lot of boredom. I'm doing the same thing again and again. So all these things can make us lose interest in our job. Not only lose interest, we're not able to do, we're not able to get up in the morning with the same enthusiasm and go to college maybe 10 years ago that we did. Okay, so what is the solution then? But we all want to be good teachers, right? We all want to be good teachers. We want to, kind of demonstrate enthusiasm. We want to be empathetic. We want to show resilience. We want to think of ourselves as passionate and committed teachers. So who are good teachers? What's the job of a teacher actually? Like maybe 10 minutes ago, we said that the job of a teacher is to facilitate learning, right? Our students learn in the classroom, and classroom is our temple, right? What kind of classrooms facilitate learning? So teachers who are maybe creative or passionate can create classroom spaces which are conducive for learning, right? So what we are going to see next is characteristics of teachers who can create a positive learning environment where learning can occur. Okay, now what do we mean by a positive learning environment? A learning environment where learners do not experience any inhibitions or tensions. Okay, where they are not afraid. For example, in a math class, if they don't understand the concept, they should feel confident to approach the teacher and ask the teacher to explain it once again. In an English class, if they don't follow a particular word or a grammar point or the gist of a lesson, they should be able to approach the teacher and ask for, or tell the teacher that could you please repeat again, or they should be able to function with the other students with confidence, right? So classrooms are very personal spaces. Again, I'm using these technical terms. It's a very personal space where there is a lot of give and take between the teacher and the learner. It's a transactional enterprise, teaching and learning, right? And so classrooms have to be safe places. You can ask me, ma'am, what do you mean by safe? Now, safe, of course, obviously does not mean physically safe. It is a safe space, hopefully, unlike some experiences in the West where, well, safety is also at risk. Psychologically safe places. What do we mean by psychologically safe space? Where learners are not afraid of contributing to their own learning, interacting with the teacher, interacting with their peers. So it's an absolutely comfortable space for them. So how can we create such psychologically safe spaces for our learners? Let's look at the characteristics of a positive classroom. A good classroom has some of the qualities. I'll show you in the next slide. Now, the question for us, as you look at the slide, I want you to think how many of these qualities are nature or how many of these qualities are nurture. As in, are we born with these qualities? Are they innate qualities? Or can we acquire those qualities as we go along, as we grow in our, as we develop more skills and more knowledge in our profession? So what I'm going to show you now depicts the qualities of a good classroom. Positive classroom environment. In a positive learning atmosphere, the teacher demonstrates most of these qualities. Now, our question is, I would like you to think about how many of these, two things, how many of these qualities do I have? How many of these qualities do I want to still develop? Okay, just give me a minute. Keep thinking about it. There are two questions. How many of these qualities do I already have? And do I have them in the right degree? If I don't have some qualities, what are they? How can I develop them? Think about that. Just a minute. Yeah. Are these innate qualities? First question. Or can they be developed? That's the first question. Second question is, how many of these qualities do I have? Do I have them enough? Are there any that I still want to develop? We may not discuss all of them, but some we can discuss. For example, the teacher is well organized. Is it an innate quality or can this be developed?
Can be developed.
Very good. It can be developed. I'm sure most of us would agree. The teacher shows respect to students. Do we show respect to students? What does showing respect to students mean, by the way? Generally, we expect students to show respect to us, right? How can we show respect to students?
Each and every individual is respectable towards one another.
Okay. In the classroom, there are some specific ways in which we can demonstrate that we respect our students. Any idea?
We listen them when they are
Exactly. Yeah, we listen to them when they offer, when we ask them a question, they respond, or when they want to say something, we really pay attention to what they are saying. As in, we value their opinions. I'm so glad you mentioned this, right? We value their ideas. We respect their contribution to their own learning, and of course, there are several other ways. For instance, calling students by their name, and facilitating learning, clarifying their doubts, treating them with respect, etc. So is this quality, well, are we born with this quality or can we develop it?
Can develop it, madam.
Yes, we can develop. Now let's look at one more and then we move on. Has a good sense of humor. Are we born with it or can we develop it?
Is born with this quality.
Usually sense of humor, we say that some people have.
It is born quality.
50-50.
50-50. Okay. Okay. We can develop that probably. Okay. Usually, but it goes more with, well, innate compared to imbibed. All right. But I'm sure, I'm glad you said 50-50. And one more thing we will take up. The teacher is patient. Is it innate or can we
Innate.
learn to be more patient?
Innate.
Innate.
Yeah.
But can we still train ourselves to be more patient?
Of course.
Yeah, of course. Now, some of us who have a lot more years of experience compared to the others who have maybe fewer years of experience, look at ourselves. Haven't we mellowed down a little in, as we progress in life? We don't react so immediately, or we don't react in a more intense manner than necessary. So we kind of mellow down, So patience is also something that we can, if we want to, of course, can develop, right? So if you notice, most of these qualities, including those that seem as if we are born with, can be developed. The point is that we need to know how many of these qualities do we have and to what degree, because all of them help our students to help our students learn. That is the whole point of reflection. This is what we are reflecting on. So tools like this help us reflect on what kind of teachers are we, what kind of teachers are we as teachers, and what kind of teachers are we as people. We will also look at that a little later. So this is one way of reflecting on our abilities, our characteristics, which have a strong impact on what we get to do in the classroom. See, what we are as people definitely affects what we are as professionals. We cannot separate both the personal self and the professional self. So I think this helps us reflect on where we are in terms of facilitating learning in the classroom. Any questions? Okay, shall we go ahead then?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, now what is reflection? We wanted to discuss the construct of reflection a little bit, right? Now, when we look at a mirror, okay, we see our reflection, right? Now, what do we see in the mirror? What does the mirror show? They say mirrors never lie, okay? They show us as we are. If we are fat, they'll show us as fat. If we are slim, they show us as slim. If we are, dark complexion, fair complexion, whatever. A mirror demonstrates what we are as we are. But reflection as a tool, for professional development can show us how we can improve upon the original. Like today, I am like this as a teacher. Today, I have taught this concept in mathematics, English, chemistry, whatever the subject. Maybe there are several difficult concepts even in physics. What is that word theory? Newton's theory, some infrared something, so difficult. How do we teach those theories? How do we teach those concepts? Okay. For example, relativity theory. How do we teach relativity theory? It's difficult, right? So how am I improving? First of all, am I improving? And even before that, do I want to improve my skill and knowledge? Okay, only if we have that passion to improve, then of course we will undertake professional development activities. Of course, professional development has two aspects to it. One is individual initiated, like as people, we as professionals, we want to take up some activity. Maybe you want to attend a conference or write to a journal, a small experience of yours. That these are individual initiatives. These are activities that the individuals engage on their own. There is also the other aspect of professional development, which is made mandatory by the institution. Like, for example, all of you have to attend this, right? They mark attendance, I am sure. Okay, you have to make yourself you have to present yourself at this development program. So some of them are institution imposed, so these are top down, somebody is imposing on you, whereas some of them are intrinsically generated because of our urge to become better teachers. So irrespective of how it happens, if we engage in reflective practice, we can achieve better results for our students because we are improving ourselves as professionals, right? Now, why do we undertake reflective practice? Of course, reflection tells us what worked well and what needs to be changed. For example, take a specific example of your own class. Okay, let's say that you want to teach a difficult concept. Maybe, I don't know, what are difficult concepts? I can tell you get different concepts in English, grammar, terribly difficult, prepositions, articles. They seem very small things, but they can cause a lot of confusion for students. Give me a difficult concept in maybe physics or math. How about linear equation? I don't know. I just heard my son used to talk a lot about linear equations. He's a math freak. Is it difficult or easy? Linear equations.
Easy.
Then give me a difficult concept.
Complex analysis in mathematics.
What analysis? Sorry.
Complex system.
Complex what?
Real and imaginary combination. Complex system.
Okay, whatever it is very complex for me even to catch that term. Okay, right. Now, let's take that concept. Let's imagine that you're teaching in each of our fields. Let's select a difficult concept. Okay, now we have used a particular methodology to teach that concept. Let's say, okay, has it worked well, or is there a way in which I can improve the way I teach it? Okay, so how do we reach there? Maybe some of our students found it very difficult to understand this complex whatever concept she was telling us, right? Now, maybe some of them were understood. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work. So what is it? There are always best practices, right? Sometimes we ourselves know. See, nobody needs to tell us. We know when we teach, I think we should only be honest to admit it to ourselves, that we performed very well in certain classes, we performed not so well, not up to the mark in some classes. Isn't that so? We know, right? As we are teaching, that's what experience is for, right? Don't we know? No, as I am discussing this, I know whether it's going well, whether it's not going well, may not accept it. We may not accept it, right? So that is what is called reflection, right? We will look at levels of reflection a little later. It's an extremely interesting construct. If you want to continue researching this construct, please get in touch with me. We can do collaborative research. This is an open offer to all people, not necessarily English teachers. Reflective practice can be implemented across grade levels and across domains. It's a very highly interesting construct, right? Because it helps us engage in deeper thinking of what is it that has worked or what is it that has not worked and how can we change it. So what is happening here? We are learning from our own experience. Reflective practice provides us this rare opportunity to learn from our own experience, not to learn from some Padmini Shankar or somebody from CFL, somebody from somewhere else. No. What they give us can be, what somebody like me can offer you is ways of improving, but the actual journey we have to undertake ourselves, right? So reflective practice provides us this excellent opportunity to learn from our own experience. Now, a little bit of historical background about reflective practice. Now, reflection started, you can trace the origins of the construct of reflection way back to the Buddha, for whom reflection meant introspection on one's own actions. What is introspection? Deep thinking, right? Now, Socrates comes and adds the idea of dialogue, dialectic approach, questioning and answering to encourage. So this is a Socratic approach, right? He had a lot of disciples or students. He would ask them questions and they would respond, and they would ask him questions, he would respond. So it's always a give and take, sharing of knowledge. So a lot of reflection happens. See, when I ask you a question, you're thinking, right? First, okay? Sorry? Somebody saying something? Shall I continue?
Yes, ma'am. Please carry on, ma'am.
NSC
Kadapa, please mute yourself. Kadapa. Okay, ma'am. Carry on.
All right. I think I'm going on and on with a lot of passion. All right. Now, I'm sure all of you have heard about John Dewey, who's an eminent researcher in 20th century field of education. In the field of education in the 20th century, Dewey has come up with three characteristics of a reflective practitioner. He says a reflective practitioner is characterized by three qualities. One is open-mindedness. That is, you are flexible. What is open-mindedness? Being flexible, being able to accept several opinions or several views, or look at a particular thing from different angles. Okay, so let's not say that this is the only way that is correct or the only way that works in the classroom. Be open to newer ideas. Only then can we progress in our effort to learn better, right? Now, the second quality is of responsibility. Now, when applied to the field of education and teaching, responsibility refers to commitment, and it's not enough if we just have the desire to learn more and more. We need to be committed to. Here, of course, it is search for the truth, but there in our profession, committed to teaching better. And then, of course, wholeheartedness. This is critically evaluate our own pluses and minuses. Here, of course, it says critically evaluate oneself and overcome fears and uncertainties to make meaningful changes. So the focus is on meaningful change. What does a reflective practitioner do? A reflective practitioner, well, like a clinical surgeon, opens his heart, as in here, examines his profession, and with a view to understanding his strengths and his limitations. Okay, as a reflective practitioner, as a teacher, What are my strengths? Maybe in terms of content. See, even in the content that we teach, let's take a math teacher or a chemistry teacher or an English teacher like me. There are certain areas which we excel in, but there are certain areas which we are not very comfortable with. For example, if you ask me, I'm not very good at teaching writing, okay, or training people in writing. In that area of, we think of language teaching in terms of skills and language elements, vocabulary, grammar, excellent. I'm 100% confident, reading, listening, speaking, etc. But writing, I haven't done. My feeling, why? So I examine myself, why do I have this feeling? Because I have not read enough, I have not taught writing enough. How do we teach well? By teaching, right? It's like, how do we drive well? By driving. So if we want to excel in whatever we are doing, whichever subject we are teaching, we need to put our practice under scrutiny, examination, right? So open-mindedness, flexibility, responsibility, accountability, wholeheartedness, commitment to what we are doing, to examine our practice are essential if we want to, become or practice reflective teaching. Now, how does reflective practice actually work? How do we implement it? How do we put into practice this idea of reflective teaching? Now, there are 3 R's to this: reflect, review, realign. Okay. Now, this is figuratively presented in a reasonably clear manner in the next slide that I'm going to show you. Look at this. How do people learn? How do we become better learners? Let's begin with concrete experience. We have a particular experience in the classroom. For example, let's take something that that's nagging us, something that's not going right. Okay, maybe we are not. For example, let's take this scenario that there are maybe some 50-60 learners in my class, and I'm not able to spread attention equally to all of them. Or maybe there is a difficult concept, very complex concept. I've tried explaining it to them in several ways. It's still going above their heads. So what do I do? So that is the point of starting. So we have an experience. From that experience, we are observing and we are reflecting on that experience. What is it that is making this concept difficult for our students? Actually, if we had the time, I would actually ask you to kind of put this into practice, as in write about these things in your notes, so that you can understand what we're talking about in a better manner. But I don't think we have the time for that. Yeah, it's already 2:41, 12:41. Okay, so we observe, we reflect on that experience. Remember, there is a difficult scenario. Then we think about that scenario. Then we form abstract concepts and generalizations, as in we understand, okay, we analyze that scenario, and then we say that, all right, there is a solution for this. So what is the solution? We learn from that experience and form a solution for that problem. So first, identification of the problem. Second, analysis of the problem. Third, identifying a solution to the problem. And next, try out what you have learned. So we have thought about a solution. There are several ideas that we have arrived at, which can help us present this difficult concept in an easier manner. So we implement those ideas. So we try out what we have learned from our experience. Okay, and then it goes. So if you see, there is a circular, this is a cyclical process, right? So there is always scope for us to improve. We begin with a problem scenario, then we analyze the problem scenario, then we come up with solutions to the problem scenario, then we implement the solution, then of course we also examine the effectiveness of that solution, and then of course we go to the next cycle of improvement. That is how we can practice reflective teaching. I don't think we have time for this, so I will skip this. Okay, types of reflection. This is a very interesting construct in reflective practice. Reflection in action. Now, when we are teaching, like for example, as I'm teaching you now, we are assessing our own teaching, the constant commentary going on, okay? And depending on incoming signals or, factors, maybe like time and other things, we make changes in our plans, right? We like for example, the best example that I can give you at the moment is I skipped some content. As I just looked at my phone, I said it's already 12:43 and there's a lot more that we could discuss. So that's not very important at the moment. So I've taken this decision, as it were, on my feet, right? I have put this in my plan, but I have chucked it. I have sacrificed it for better things. So what I'm trying to tell you is, as we are teaching, we are assessing what's going on, and we are sacrificing some of, as in we are modifying our plan. We might sacrifice some, or we might expand our explanation of some concepts if we think that our students are finding it difficult. So while we are teaching in a 40-minute class or a 50-minute class or in a 1-hour class, we are constantly taking decisions. Okay, we have a plan, but we are deviating up from our plan, or we are totally making a digression, chuck the plan and teach what students require. This happens. So this reflection, as we are teaching, the reflection that happens as we are teaching is termed as reflection in action. All of us are doing it, but we may not know the terms. So now you know the term. And the other term for this is interactive decision. Somebody called Jack C. Richards. You may have heard about him if you are English teachers. Richards has discussed teacher decision making in terms of 3 categories. One is interactive decisions. Now, what are these interactive decisions? The decisions that we take as we are teaching. So how do these decisions occur? Because of our reflection in action. While we are teaching, we are adjusting, we are making modifications, we are tweaking our lessons, as it were, right? So these are called interactive decisions emerging from reflection in action. Now, reflection on action, obviously, as presented here, this is thinking about our teaching after we have taught the lesson. So we are evaluating our own teaching. Okay, for example, let's again take the example of the difficult concept. Okay, I have taught this difficult concept, but somehow it doesn't seem to have made sense to most of my students. So what went wrong? How can I do it better next time? Should I teach it again, or should I just stop it and then assume that it's not very important? Maybe for the exam it's not important, so let me move on. Or if it's very important for the next concept, if they are linked, then I better teach it again. So there are so many things that we are thinking after the event is over. That is called reflection on action. Now, these are called evaluative decisions. Now, the third type of reflection is reflection for action. This also happens after the event is done, but for preparing future plans. So these are types of reflection in action while we are teaching, reflection on action after we are teaching, reflection for action for future teaching. Does it make sense? I take a 30 seconds break. Been going on and on. We don't talk so much in CFL. There's a lot of interaction that happens. Does it make sense? Are we making sense?
Yes, ma'am.
So you want me to continue? Okay, fine. Yeah, now levels of reflection. If the earlier slide demonstrated to us types of reflection, now we are going to discuss levels of reflection, as in the depth. It's always, reflection can be understood in terms of the depth to which one can reflect. It's a hierarchy, right? So technical rationality. Now, this is the first level, the kind of a periphery, the superficial level, where we have some generalizations about teaching and learning. For example, remember the slide that we discussed? What are some of the qualities of a teacher who can create a positive learning environment, right? There's some qualities. These are all general qualities. So we have reflected on those qualities. Now that can be cited as an example of technical rationality. This is the level of generalization, right? We have not related it to our own specific context or our own specific subject domain or our own learners, right? So that's a general sense. In a general manner, we have reflected on what are the qualities that good teachers should have, etc., etc. So that is an example of technical rationality. Now, practical rationality is context-specific reflection. In my context, in your context, maybe degree college Guntur or degree college Kakinada or whatever, in my college, how much of these things can I do with my set of learners? See, learners change every batch. Learners change every day. Why every batch? Okay. Maybe some days they have gotten up from the wrong side of the bed. Maybe they're in a bad mood, or maybe we are in a bad mood, right? So practical rationality refers to context-specific reflection. One particular aspect in this class, I wanted to teach this. I have taught it very well, but there is still some nagging feeling in me. So how can I correct it? So that is context-specific reflection, which is practical rationality. Now, the deepest level of reflection is critical rationality, where we think about multiple aspects of the same thing, multi-contextual reflection, where we look at this one particular aspect of, for example, teaching a difficult concept. Let's take that example again. If when I taught it last year, it worked, but now why is it not working? Or when I taught it last year, it didn't work. Now it's working. Why? So how can I teach next year? Okay, so we are bringing experiences from multiple contexts and trying to make a holistic, organic understanding. We are trying to synthesize. We analyze and then we synthesize our experience in order to make better sense of our practice. Am I able to? Am I making sense to you? Yes. Because I'm kind of going on and on. I'm so immersed in what I'm doing. I thought I need to check. So critical rationality is where we blend experiences from different contexts and we analyze experiences from various angles and synthesize that experience in an organic manner to arrive at a holistic understanding of our own practice. So the deepest level of reflection is critical rationality. This is one way of looking at levels of reflection. Researchers have come up with several frameworks to understand reflective practice. So maybe we look at one more. Yeah, Hatton and Smith, these researchers, they have looked at descriptive writing levels of reflection in terms of 4 categories. Descriptive writing, this is like reporting. Okay, in my class on Monday, I have taught this concept to BZC students or MPC students or MSCS students. There it ends. You are just reporting, you're just describing, you're just writing. Now, descriptive reflection is I taught this, but something went wrong there. You are entering the area of reflection there. You're describing what made you uncomfortable or what made you happy. Then next we go to dialogic reflection. You take it to the next level where you are looking at other aspects of this, and then we go to critical reflection. We really evaluate our teaching. So there are 4 levels. These are all factors that will help us understand the construct of reflection. Now, what are the benefits of reflection? We have already discussed this a little while ago. Reflective practice helps us, why? All right, we can recapture our experience and we can evaluate our experience. It's like chewing the cud. Okay, we teach and then we come back and, like they say, for We all know what chewing the cud is, right? Animals generally, they, eat a lot faster, and then when there is time, they bring up all that food and then chew it in a better manner. So chewing the cud actually means that we reflect on something that has happened in order to understand it better. Like they eat one more time to chew it better. So we are chewing the cud and we evaluate our own experience. This strengthens the quality of our practice. Our practice becomes more effective. And more, as we mentioned a couple of minutes ago, because reflection is undertaken by individuals, we are engaging, we are motivated, there is an innate urge in us to understand our practice. We are engaging in reflective practice not because our principal told us or our college told us, but because we want to experience, we want to understand our practice, we want to find out what is it there that can help me improve my teaching so that my students' learning can be enhanced. Since, therefore, it is practitioner generated, it is generated from the practitioner, from within the practitioner, and therefore it is intuitive knowledge, not knowledge that is being given to us on a platter, as it were, right? That knowledge emerges from within us, and therefore it is more convincing. So this is the road to perfection, and all of us are works in progress. Nobody is perfect, and reflective practice helps us keep learning and keep moving and keep going. Now, this is the most important thing. How do we engage in reflective practice? What are some of the techniques for reflection? Peer observation. Now, I will mention two constructs here. One is, these are technical constructs in research. Please do not use them loosely. One is a concept of critical friend. The other is the concept of communities of practice. Now, peer observation, I'll explain them to you in a minute. Now, peer observation is where, of course, the term is self-explanatory. We invite our peers, our colleagues, to come to our class and observe our lesson. This happens a lot in CFL. I mean, where I teach, we do a lot of collaborative teaching. We do a lot of peer observation. Some of us who are interested in professional development, we do this, not all of us. Okay. So peer observation is where you invite one of your colleagues to observe your class and give you, well, an honest report of your teaching. When do we do this? We don't do it on a daily basis. When do we do it? When we have identified a particular problem with our teaching, we want to see whether it is a real problem or whether we are imagining, or whether our colleagues also think that there is a problem, right? So in order to better understand our scenario, we invite a friend, colleague. Okay. Now, such people, the technical term for that is critical friends. Now, critical does not mean, it does not have a negative connotation. It actually has a positive connotation. A friend who can critique, not critique, who can evaluate our lessons and give us honest feedback. So critical friends are trusted colleagues. Who's a critical friend? A colleague whose opinions and whose judgment we value, and who is knowledgeable. Not somebody who has no idea of all of what all of this is. We don't invite such people. We invite people who have, one, sound knowledge in the field, and two, who can give us honest feedback. So these are critical friends. So you can invite a critical friend. The next idea that I said I'll tell you is communities of practice. Now, communities of practice is a term that refers to, like I said at the beginning of the class, we are all a community. We belong to the community of teachers. So we share our experiences with people in the field. They may not be working in our college. They may not be working in our district. They may not be working in our state, but it's still possible to share experiences. Now, look at social media, Facebook, okay, or LinkedIn. Lots of these, Snapchat, I don't know, a lot of these things. I'm not very familiar with many of them. I'm not in any of these social media. I have my own reasons for that. But then it is possible to, while WhatsApp itself is a huge platform where people, interact and share ideas, right? So communities of practice, again, let's not lose our goal. The goal is for professional development, and let's keep it at that. Okay, so communities of practice and critical friends are two concepts that can be used to facilitate reflection. Now, written accounts of experiences where, of course, we can write self-reports. I mean, it's obvious. We write about our own experience. Then we use surveys and questionnaires. Now, for example, we can give a survey to our students, or we can give them a questionnaire, or we can give a questionnaire to our own colleagues. We do it very often, as in, at least I do it very often in my university. Whenever we set question papers, I mean, of course, in EFLU, we have a lot of academic freedom. So we design our own courses, we design our own question papers. So what I do is, in order to vet my question paper, in order to strengthen my question paper, I usually share it with my colleagues. And then they give me their feedback. It's done in a very systematic and professional manner. No ill feelings actually with anyone. I mean, so we are kind of used to it. And that's why, of course, we share it with people whose judgment we value, as I said earlier. So we can use surveys and questionnaires. We can also use autobiographies. We can write, kind of a, we can recount. It's like diary writing. We can use autobiographies and journal writing. We can write a journal, maintain a journal for a semester, or maintain a journal for 10 classes regarding one particular aspect. Okay, maybe one concept, or maybe one idea, or maybe something that is bothering us in terms of classroom interaction. So we can maintain a diary, we can write a journal. So these are all written accounts of written accounts of recording experiences that can help us reflect on our practice. And of course, we also have recording lessons. Of course, this takes a lot of courage. We videotape our lessons, and then we look at those lessons after the class is over, so that we have evidence of what we have done in class. And then we can ask our colleagues to sit and watch those videos and tell us how we have, tell us any issues with our teaching. So there are several, these are all techniques for reflection. Any questions on this? Okay, then we move to, these are the most, this is actually the crux of our discussion. I'm going to show you something very, very interesting now. I hope you will be able to focus your attention on what we are going to do in the next 10 minutes or so, because this will be your takeaway from this session, I'm sure. How do we engage in reflective practice? You can ask me, ma'am, you've been going on and on about reflective practice, what it is about and why we should engage in it, or how we can engage in it, what are the tools, etc. But give us some scaffolding in how we can really practice in our classrooms. Now, reflective practice can be implemented through one, recalling the lesson. Remember the experiential cycle that we discussed some time ago? Recalling the lesson, reflecting on the lesson, and drawing conclusions from the lesson, and making plans for future, right? So how do we recall the lesson? Now, I'd urge you to focus your attention on the slide that I'm going to show you now. These are all several ways of recalling the lesson. Please take a good look at these questions, or these bullet points. How do I recall my lesson? This slide helps us do recalling in a systematic manner. For example, when you recall a lesson, what should you do? You list a number of things that you did during the lesson. What did I do? I taught concept 1, then I moved to concept 2, or then I gave a practice exercise to students. First, you record everything that you did in the lesson. Remember writing this descriptive writing, the levels of reflection. And then you also list a number of things that your students did, or maybe record any comments or feedback that they gave you, or summarize the main stages of the lesson. or list something that some of the things that went according to the plan, or some of the things that you deviated from your plan, right? So this is how we can recall the lesson. Have you taken a good look at it? Okay. Now, next thing is reflecting on the lesson. This is an excellent tool to reflect on the lesson, because it gives us some prompts, questions, that can trigger deep thinking. For example, note several things that you're proud of about the lesson, or what was the high point of the lesson for you? Why did you feel so good about it? As in, within a 50-minute class or a 1-hour class, we won't be happy all through, right? There'll be certain moments where we are a little low and some moments where we have excelled really. So what are some of those things? It's very common. Nobody can hold students' attention for an entire 1 hour. If we think, if we are under such impressions, we are totally wrong. Okay, nobody can hold people's, even if you're the best teacher or teaching the most interesting concept in the most interesting manner, it is still not possible to hold everybody's attention all through the lesson, right? So think about what you achieved, or did you achieve what you wanted to achieve, or did your students achieve what you wanted them to achieve? So these are some of the questions that we can ask ourselves when we are reflecting our lesson. All right, then we move to the next one, drawing conclusions from our reflection and planning for the future. This is also an excellent way of, it has excellent questions. I would like you to take a good look at this slide and pick out two questions from this list, from these bullets. Which ones do you think will help you make sense of your practice?
Analysis can unmute and respond.
Madam. Hello. Am I audible?
Somebody talking, I can't hear them.
Am I audible, madam?
Now you are.
Yeah. The first two things. If you taught the lesson again, what would you do? Would you do the same?
Okay.
So with this question, I will not be doing the same, because it is inhuman to do the same, perform the same thing again and again. There will be certainly different. So I agree with the second statement. Definitely, when you teach the lesson again, same lesson again, we'll definitely do it differently.
Okay, but let me slightly get this across clearly. It's not that doing the same thing means we are repeating ourselves mindlessly. Okay, what would you the same? What would you do? What is it that you would do the same? As in, maybe the concept is the same, right? Or maybe the first task is the same. It's not wrong to do the same things. Please do not get me wrong, okay? It is all right to do the same thing in the next lesson if it has worked well. That is why we have a concept called best practices, right? Okay, so let us not discount the value of what worked. What in our urge to become better professionals, let us not devalue what has worked. Okay, let us discover, of course, newer things and do things differently. As in, the meaning of the first two questions is, what is it that worked in your class? What are the strong point of your class? Because it's a strong point, you can do it. Maybe you are likely to do it again. And because it didn't work out well, there are certain not so strong points, right? So you will do them differently. So reflective practice does not mean that we do not learn from our experiences or we learn from only bad experience. We also learn from good experiences, right? There are always best practices. So I hope I have made that clear to all of you.
Ma'am, I would like to add something.
Yes, please.
Like doing the same thing can also be like doing the same thing, but emphasizing on the critical part of the lesson. That could be also doing the same thing.
Yes.
Yes,
In
ma'am.
a different manner. You do the same thing. What has worked for you, okay? But you are exploring it in a better manner, right? Okay. So look at other questions. Anybody else would like to respond?
Madam, last one, madam. Write a brief description of yourself as a teacher. Speak from the students' viewpoint.
Okay.
What is it like to be done by?
Oh, okay. So what does it mean to you? Why is it so interesting for you?
Yeah, from student point of view, how I am, that's what I would like to do.
Oh, yeah. May I know who this person is? Can you show me your video?
I am from NRC Kadapa, ma'am.
Okay, fine. By the way, this is also one of my favorite questions. Okay, because it helps us understand ourselves from our students' point of view. Okay, so shake hands or high five.
Ma'am, I often do this by like asking the students, like giving the feedback, writing on the paper without writing their name.
Yeah.
Asking them. So they'll write very frankly, like you, ma'am. Sometimes they write, ma'am, you're so serious. Yeah, like that. So from that also I'll get the description of my as a teacher.
Oh, yes. You said it. I'm so happy and glad that you mentioned this. Student feedback is a wonderful tool for professional development of teachers. In fact, I've written an article. If some of you are interested, you can look at it. Using student feedback as a tool for professional development. This is what I have written about. Like you have done, I have also used feedback sheets because these are, of course, MA students. Without writing their names, as you said, for the sake of anonymity, they can actually tear us apart. They're very frank, and that is what we want. And I usually tell them that please don't give me praise. That's not what I'm looking at. I know my strengths. Tell me what you would like to be improved on. So student feedback is an excellent tool for improving professional practice. I'm happy that you brought it up. Okay. So these are several ways of reflecting and drawing, reviewing our lessons and drawing conclusions. It's already 1:11. I guess we'll stop there because there isn't much time for us to go into continuing professional development. That's why I all said that if time permits, we'll do this. Otherwise, we'll stop. Yeah, critical friends and community. This is a story, but doesn't matter. It's all right. It's lunchtime, so we are more hungry. We want others to listen to our stories. We don't want to listen to a story. So thank you very much and all the best. May you all thrive as reflective practitioners. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for enlightening on reflective practice and continuous professional development. Thank you so much. We are very glad to have you for all 3 batches.
Yeah.
I request NRC Srikalahasti to propose vote of thanks for this session.
Ready, madam? Thank you. Thank you very much, madam, for your valuable talk on reflective practice and continuous professional development. In your talk, you have enlightened us different aspects, like reflection, types of reflection, and different levels of reflection, and how a job of a teacher is, and how to create a positive classroom environment, and how to explain the experimental level of teaching, and different aspects of teacher and student interaction, and also how the continuous teacher learning impacts the student activity. And also on behalf of the participant, I thank you once again for your kind, valuable talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So
Yes,
thank you
ma'am,
very
we would
much.
like to express our gratitude for accepting our invitation and sparing your valuable time, ma'am. Really thankful.
My pleasure always. As I said, any time to meet teachers. We belong to the same community. So let's grow as communities of practice. Okay. All the very best. And may now leave the session,
Yes,
please.
yes, ma'am. Yes.
Thank you so much. And best
Announcement
wishes.
to the participants. Tomorrow we have assessment at 4 p.m. Tomorrow we have assessment on this 6 days essential training. So please be prepared. By 4 o'clock, link will be enabled. By 4:25, link will be disabled. Please note this point. And I request program coordinators to send participant details. We have already given template to send the details.
Mail ID check చేస్తాను.
Please ensure the mail IDs, whether they are correct or not. I request participants also, while you are filling the details, please check or double check email address, as we are getting so many queries that we did not receive the certificate. So please check when you are sending the details. Thank you so much. Let's have lunch break. By 2 o'clock, we will meet again.
You come here. And this is your share. So when you share like this is the one you are going to click. I can click it off, no? But you have to be participation. You should be there. Then only you can click, no? We can put that on and keep, no? No. So only once you start, then you do. Just say whether you are hearing me or not. Nobody is there. They are all gone for lunch. You are the one, first one. Are you going to be the first one? Yeah. Then you not you want to share? Share. Stump. I can put me, I can put this. How do I put this into that corner? Which one? Me also, I can put it. You know? Then I can just go up and down and see. Just check the evidence. Here, this one.
Good afternoon, Anita madam.
No.
Madam, sorry to interrupt you. Madam, are we audible? Anita madam?
సార్ మేబీ మేడం దగ్గర నెట్ కనెక్టివిటీ తక్కువ బాగోలేనట్టుంది.
Anita madam?
సార్ వినిపిస్తుంది, బట్ మేడం కి నెట్ కనెక్షన్ పూర్గా ఉన్నట్టుంది.
అది కాదు సార్, ఇప్పుడు ఏమవుతుందంటే మేడం ఫేస్ కనబడడం లేదు. మేడం ఫేస్ పైన లైట్ పడితే మేడం ఫేస్ కనిపిస్తుంది. మేడం ఒక్కసారి డార్క్ కనిపిస్తున్నారు ఇక్కడ.
చెక్ చేసుకుంటున్నారు.
ఓకే సార్, ఒకసారి పని చేయండి సార్. మీరు మేడం సెట్టింగ్ ఆపోజిట్ లో చేంజ్ చేయండి. ఫేస్ మీద లైట్ పడితే మేడం క్లియర్ గా కనిపిస్తారు. అదర్వైజ్ ఇట్స్ డిఫికల్ట్.
Don't worry, you have to see. Where is the mute and all that? Topics. Don't worry about it. Find out that there are one. No, the thing is, again, it's not moving. What are you doing? I just, and you have to just press this once and then that will come in the front end. I can't hear anybody. I can't hear anybody. That mute and this thing will be there.
Madam, am I audible? Madam, am I audible? I'm from
Yes,
Nellore.
yes, sir, you're audible. Am I audible? Can you see my slide?
You are audible, madam. The problem with you is you have to face the light. We are not able to see your face.
Okay.
Or
But
you
can
have
you
just
see
have
my
a light in
slide?
front.
That is more important.
Otherwise, you just turn around, madam.
Yeah, I'll see.
Yeah, just turn around.
Okay,
You will
but
be
can you
visible
see
for
my
us.
slides, sir? That is more
Yeah,
important.
we are able to see your slides, sir. It is powerful. It's fine. We are not able to see your face, madam.
Okay, I'll show you my face also.
That is one of the criteria for online teaching, madam. Thank you.
I'll put some more lights. Actually, I'm in my study. There's some work going on, so I don't want the noise to disturb you all. So that's why.
You just turn around, madam. The focus of the light behind you will be on your face. Then you will be visible.
I'll do that. Is this better?
Yeah, it's quite better. But if you turn totally around 180, yeah.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll do that.
Yes, it is. It's good, man. Okay. Okay, madam. Thank you.
Is it okay now?
Yeah, it's okay, madam. Better than earlier, madam.
No, I'll put a light behind.
Yeah,
so
you can have a light, madam. Better have a light on your face, madam.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Thank you.
Be careful, don't do any tricks like that. Is it better now, sir?
Yes, madam. Much better.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, madam.
We'll start at 2, is it, sir? We'll start at 2.
Yes, madam. We are having our lunch.
Yeah, no issues. No.
Okay, thank you, madam.
Totally close and can't be clear. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah,
Madam? Anita, madam?
Yes, sir.
You have to still improve your light, madam. That's the
Actually, sir,
problem.
just give me 2 minutes. If the work at home gets over, I will
Okay,
shift there. More light. Are you not able to see my PowerPoint?
Yeah, your present point, PowerPoint presentation is okay. No problem. It's
So as
visible.
long as you
We
can
have
see
we have made it full screen here. No problem. We can alter it.
Ah.
But the only issue is you are not clearly visible. It will become in absentia.
No, that won't happen. What can I do is, the thing is we have some construction work going on at home. So if I move to any other room, there will be noise. So that's why I'm in my study and then the room is less lit kind of.
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
Not easy to just one moment to just destroy everything. To touch something. And therefore, Indian. That's we wouldn't. Where you from? Be normal. Don't even have an etiquette for the screen also. Maybe we'll start only at 2 o'clock. What's the time now? 1 o'clock. The same lesson. Yeah, I see.
Mm.
Raise up. There's a little notification coming that somebody is speaking, but I can't hear just. Should I ask them?
All NRCs are requested. Please switch on your videos. Already the resource person Anita Abraham ma'am already joined. Ma'am, Anita Abraham ma'am, on behalf of CC, we welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Welcome to the fourth day session in third batch TOT and English medium of instruction, ma'am. I request NRC Srikalahasti, please introduce Anita Abraham to our participants.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good afternoon to everyone. On behalf of the CCE and the participants of 6-day training in proficiency of English, I am happy to introduce the resource person of the session, Dr. Anita Abraham Madam. Dr. Anita Abraham Madam, a HOD Associate Professor of English, Vivekananda Government Degree College, Vidyanagar, Hyderabad, has 30 years of teaching experience at the postgraduate and undergraduate levels at Pondicherry Central University, Mysore University, and in government degree colleges in Hyderabad. She is a gold medalist securing first rank in MA from Madras University and MPhil PhD from Pondicherry Central University. She is a certified teacher trainer for the government of Telangana, the British Council, and the US State Department. Dr. Anita Abraham Madam has an extensive list of accomplishments, including being a member of the Board of Studies for the Department of English at Osmania University, Hyderabad. She is a course writer for the Professor G. Ramreddy Center for Distance Education and Undergraduate General English textbooks for Osmania University. She is a paper setter, moderator, and examiner for Osmania University and several autonomous colleges. She has presented several papers in national and international conferences and published research papers in several reputed national and international journals. She has been resource person for several FDP programs in CLT, means communicative language teaching and centered learning across India. She is a state best teacher awardee. Dr. Anita Abraham Madam was selected and funded by RELO, Regional English Language Office, US Embassy India, for several courses in prestigious university in the US. She has been recognized with several awards and grants for her contributions to English language education. She represented India in the prestigious International Visitors Leadership Program to visit universities in the USA sponsored by US State Department. She was awarded the TESOL professional designation by TESOL, teaching English to speakers of other languages in USA. She is passionate about traveling, visiting new places, imbibing its culture, and gardening. I extended my warm welcome to the distinguished resource person, Dr. Anita Abraham Madam. Warm welcome, ma'am. Thank you one and all for giving this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for that introduction. Can I start off with my session? APCCE. Can I start off?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I think my screen is visible. Good afternoon. Welcome to the fourth day and the afternoon session of the TOT program. My session for today is titled Strategies to Develop English Language Skills in the Undergraduate Classroom. Well, when I'm speaking, since we are all fellow teachers teaching in government degree colleges, whether it is in Telangana or Andhra Pradesh, we are dealing with the same kind of issues. So basically, my presentation will focus on my experience as a practicing teacher in government degree college rather than a teacher trainer. The new education policy that is in every educator's mind these days is a major step towards reimagining the education system and boosting every aspect of pedagogy and curriculum to ensure accessibility to students from the primary to the tertiary level. After the COVID-19 pandemic, we saw a dramatic shift in the teaching, learning, assessment patterns across all levels of education. And we as teachers at the tertiary level, the last 3 years has been challenging for us to move from offline to online and the hybrid mode of education. Learning, as we all know, is no longer bound by time or location, and this is an age of technology enhanced, personalized, interdisciplinary learning, and that's something that we all need to keep in mind. With the National Education Policy 2020 being the guiding light, the education system in India, at whatever the level, is transitioning with more changes being incorporated into the system for a better educated and future forward country. So what are some of the trends that we need to be looking out as teachers at the tertiary level, the undergraduate level, for the academic 2023 with the introduction of NEP in our states? Is the first one would be an integrated curriculum. NEP talks about classrooms without walls, staff rooms without walls, where we see a blending of earlier, we taught in isolation. English class was an English class, and then you would move to a maths or a physics or a economics class. Those days are gone. We are talking about an integrated approach that combines multiple subjects and areas of study into an integrated whole. Okay, and it is for us teachers to demonstrate to the students how these subject areas are linked, and also in our classrooms we need to demonstrate this interconnectedness. In your state, with the introduction of English as a medium of instruction, mandatory it has become, you will have to demonstrate how physics and English can be done together, and in the English class we need to demonstrate how you can pick up your what you call content by focusing on the language. So we are moving towards that, where an integrated curriculum will come into being. And of course, with this would come reforms in teaching methodology. The traditional teaching learning is on its way out, with emphasis on practical, activity-based, project-based learning system. The learning will focus on language skills, creativity, critical thinking, and important life skills along with the content. So, we need to be more broader in our perspective and more accepting. It is very difficult for us to accept change, but in the last 3 years as teachers, we have seen a lot of changes in our approach to teaching, learning, and assessment. So this is another change that we have to accept. And then the extensive use of technology and English is recommended in NEP 2020, and as such, instruction will lead to wholesome education. Another area that we need to focus on is evaluation. We only talk about teaching and learning and forget about the third important component of the whole process of learning, which is assessment and evaluation. And interestingly, we will see the assessment move to an resulting from an activity based learning. And you will be asked to assess, evaluate the practical knowledge in subjects. Non-theoretical or experimental assessment will gain prominence over the standardized theory-based test, and this will also give lot of scope for the teachers to use English in the classroom. Another important area or trend that we will be seeing in the academic year 2023-24, and which you all are already in the process of experiencing, is the continuous professional development of teachers. Because what will happen is, with all these changes, the teachers need to be equipped to translate these changes into the classroom, and that will only happen if there is an investment in professional development of teachers, including their working environment and service conditions. That's also very important. You cannot ask the teacher, a teacher can only do this much. Now, if you are asking them to do more, then they need to be equipped, scaffolded, supported to do that. And professional development will help teachers to stay updated with the latest teaching methods, strategies, as well as subject matter knowledge. That's very, very important. And the other area or trend that we will see with the introduction of NEP 2020 in our states and across India is the importance to skill development. Of course, we had it with our TSKC, JKC, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana. We've been way ahead in, involving skill development as part of education. But you will see a more focused kind of importance being given to multidisciplinary learning, and the students will have to be given strong foundation in technical skills, because they either for higher education or for the job market. And students with employable skills, as we know, will find the work easily. And the skill development is very, very important, not only for them to excel in the job market or higher studies, also to be productive citizens and in the process build a stronger nations. Now, when we are talking about teaching English language across curriculum, which is what is happening in your state, the introduction of English medium, there is this shift is in India, maybe you all are one of the first states to do it. But then we see this as a worldwide shift in non-Anglophone countries, from English being taught as a foreign or a second language to English being the medium of instruction for academic subject. So this is not, Andhra Pradesh has always been in the forefront of change, and especially in academics and education. But this shift is seen worldwide. So it is important for us as teachers to embrace these change. Why and all we can question, will it translate to considering the socio-economic background of our children, many of them first generation learners. We know the profile of students who come to GDCs, but then this is the need of the hour, and so we need to do it. Okay, and what we see worldwide is there is a move towards content and language integrated learning, and a lot of research is going into it. It's called CLIL, content and language integrated learning. And it means incorporating language instruction, in our case English, into all subjects will help the learner develop their language skills while also learning the content. So this is a worldwide phenomenon, and Andhra Pradesh is in the forefront of introducing it. Now, when you're talking about EMI, which means English as medium of instruction, it has certain geopolitical, socio-cultural implications. And as teachers, we are aware of these things. But then we also need to change our mindset so that it becomes clear to us that there is no choice here, and also make this, convey to our learners that English would be the medium of education and to embrace it and learn the lesson. And we see this phenomenon not only in the tertiary level, we see it in the secondary and the primary level. So, what is the best way to introduce English into a language, a non-major English classroom or a content or a subject classroom? I will just briefly talk about Brown's prescription of language teaching. He said that there were three important things that the teacher needs to be aware of. One is the diagnosis, which is to assess the situational need of the teaching context. So everybody's teaching environment or context is different, and you need to assess it before we strategize on how we are going to teach our subject, content, language in the classroom. What are some of the things that both the country of learning of the institution, see how a Chinese teacher would approach, how an Indian teacher would approach, or how somebody in Singapore would approach, this kind of content and language being integrated would depend on the socio-economic and the educational background of the learners. Actually, we are very, very fortunate in India because all our, even though they come from Telugu or Urdu medium, they have some language to fall on. All our students read their textbooks in English, they write their exams in English. So the reading and the writing is taken care of. If we give them more listening skills, and if you teach your content in English, they listen, and then also their speaking skills develop. So, when we travel to countries like China, it's very, very difficult because English is taught as a foreign language and then they read books in it. It's very, very difficult there. But in India, it becomes easier to deliver your content in English because students are equipped with a certain amount of skills. I would say 60 to 70% of them can understand English. They may not be using, but then that's a common situation in a multilingual country like ours. Because if you look at your own background, you know that you use Telugu at home, or I use Malayalam at home, or whatever is our mother tongue. We learned our English in schools or colleges and picked it in the university. So we need to give that exposure to our students. The other thing that's very, very important is how the treatment that's going to be given according to Brown. Is it going to be controlled practice? It is going to be semi-controlled? Is it going to be free practice like assignments, seminars, presentations, debate, discussion, and group work, which is a very, very good technique to introduce language into a content classroom? So that would depend on the level of your students, and of course assessment. This is an area that we don't focus on. If teaching and learning is important, then the third aspect or the third vertical is assessment, and that gives us lot of inputs. And especially now that we are integrating language into the content area, that how the class is progressing with it, not only with the content, are they learning their subject, and also whether they are picking up the content as you intended from how you have planned. Is the learning and teaching objectives being seen in the is matching with the teaching objectives and the learning objectives? And you can do a variety of tests, and you can also change mid-course, make mid-course changes based on assessment practices. There are 4 domains of language acquisition, and everybody knows that, which is speaking, writing, reading, and listening. And they need to be equally exercised across the content area. whether it is maths, physics, chemistry, botany, zoology, economics, public ed, whatever, you need to use speaking, writing, reading, and listening into your classrooms in English so that there is the learner picks up the language and the content. Now, reading and writing, reading, because most of the textbooks in the subject area are in English, they do write, and they do write their exams also in English. So the more the teacher uses English in the classroom, and also give opportunities for the students to use English in the classroom. But what are you doing? You're not doing the English teacher's work. You're teaching your content in English. They are learning their content in English. You will see that it will show a lot of development in the learner's language ability. In India, yes, as teachers, we all know that across India, very, very diverse classrooms, heterogeneous classrooms, different cultures, multilingual, we have all kind, and English is a second language for all of us. But as educators, teachers must help the learners understand the content concept in English. All educators must view themselves as language teachers and support English in the general education classrooms. I was talking, one of the things that NEP talks about is staff room without walls and classroom without walls, because that's something that's going to be part of our future as educators, as teachers. We need to talk to each other. Me as an English teacher need to ask a maths teacher for to know the capabilities of their students in the language. The maths teacher needs to talk to me about how equipped the students are in language. So we need to do this kind of exchange. I cannot sit in my staff room and X can't sit or Y can't sit in their staff room and not share this data that we have about our students. Now, what are some of the strategies to develop the language skills of the students? First of all, we must be aware of students' needs. Our basic task as educators doesn't stop within the walls of the classroom. You need to understand each of your students, their backgrounds, their circumstances. That's why, we have counseling system, mentor, mentee, whatever the term is, your allotted students. We need to work with the students. It's not something, you just do for record's sake. It is something that needs to be done so that we understand our students and we also know what their needs are, language needs are, subject needs are. And if you feel that a student is not performing, then we as teachers must know why they are not doing it. And that is why we need to be aware of student needs. We need to be aware of their backgrounds. And as teachers, we also need to know a little bit about first language and second language acquisition. First language would be the mother tongue, Telugu, or whatever the language of the students is. And also how second language is acquired. See, it is part of our subject, but then reading up so that since English is the medium of instruction in your classrooms in Andhra Pradesh now, you too need to just read up a little bit on how second language acquisition happens, so you all can plan your lessons better. And then of course the language proficiency of the student, you need not, because we conduct in the English department conducts diagnostic tests, decides on what the level of the students are. So you can take this information, that's why I said staff room without walls, classroom without walls, so that you use this information while you are delivering your content, planning your lesson plans. And of course, language assessment, which the English teacher will do, will also give you all a kind of data information to know what needs to be done so that content knowledge and language acquisition can be supported in the non-English major classrooms also. And the other thing is to use a lot of visuals and manipulatives, because there are reference books, there are internet sources which are all in English. So when you bring this into the classroom, this becomes a very, what do you call, nice way of introducing, and it is not stressful for you all. Video clips which are in English, and internet is a source where you can scaffold your content area. You are actually teaching content, but using these manipulatives or these resources that are available in English, so that the student picks it up unconsciously. So the teacher needs to incorporate and scaffold their content area with these kind of resources. And then the other thing would be, the strategy should that you employ. For what I would do in a BA economics class is not what I would do in a MSCS class. So it is very important for us to take time and support language learning by, identifying the needs of the students and using appropriate strategies. And the best to do that would be, see, we are all pressed for time to finish our syllabus with the introduction of choice-based credit system, the semester system, the internals. It's a tight schedule for all of us. Now, these kind of things would stress the teacher out. That's why collaboration is very, very important among teachers. That will reduce half the stress. Seek support from other teachers. For example, if it's an MPCS, math, physics, computer science, they will have second language and they will have English also. It is important that we all talk to each other so that we can support in building concepts and also language, and that is very, very important for student success. Student-centered learning, I'm sure you must have heard this a number of times during your course of your TOT program. There is no second thought, doubt about how useful it is. Done well, it can be very, very easy for the teacher to deliver both content and language, okay? And it also bridges the gap between the student and understanding. But then we need to do it right, okay? And student-centered learning is teaching that is aware of students and their need above anything else. And it places the student in the center of the learning process. And that is exactly what has happened with the introduction of English as medium of instruction in Andhra Pradesh at the tertiary level, is that English is the global language. English is the link language. There is no doubt. Students need to be equipped with English language skills. It cannot only happen in a 50-minute, 1-hour English class or a training that they take in their skill development courses. It needs to be across curriculum. And for this to happen, the LSRW skills of students must be developed not only in the English class, but also in classrooms where content or subject is taught. Now, it's not as simple as it sounds, and it is very difficult for us as teachers to change our mindset towards new approaches. But we must focus on the use of English and make students also understand why it is important. And there are certain strategies that can be inbuilt into your lesson plans, which will make it easy for you all to integrate English into your content areas. One would be cooperative learning, where you work in small groups and you will accomplish the task. The students are put in small. The other thing is presentations. That's a wonderful teaching, learning aid, very learner centered. It could be an assignment, a seminar where the student does it in a group or individually and then uses the language to present content. Okay. Then, of course, you could have things like panel discussions, debates, and the most famous KWL, where, what do you know, brainstorming sessions, what do you know about the topic, subject area, what you would want to know, and then finally, after the topic is done, what did you learn from it? These are brainstorming, these are strategies where students can use the language. See, grammar, pronunciation is the English teacher's business. But if you give scope for the English to be used in the non-English major subjects, which is like 4 or 5 hours during a day, let's forget the second language, or 3 major areas, and now with the introduction of single major in your state, whatever is the kind of curriculum that you adopt, give ample opportunities using techniques like this to give students to listen to the language, use the language, read in the in English, write in English, so it becomes very easy for them to develop their language skills. Like I said earlier, media, use social media, use the internet, let them research content and present it, because the internet, when you give them access to internet, and you tell them to use the media platforms that are available, students will develop their language skills, because they are reading, then understanding, and then presenting. Discussion is another forum where you scaffold what has happened in the subject area, and students talk about it, and they use the language. See, they need not be accurate in their presentation. That accuracy will be taken care of by the English teacher when they make grammar mistakes or the pronunciation mistakes, but give them opportunities to be fluent in the language, use the language without fear, with confidence, and working in small groups, because in English, in the English classroom, we have to make up activities for students to use the language. But in subject areas, the content itself is the material that the students have. So put them into groups so that they can discuss, about what they have learned, and that would give them ample opportunity to use the language. Of course, a higher order thinking developed with things like case studies, jigsaw puzzles, having learning centers where students are doing different activities, experiments, practicals that you have, make it a rule that they will use the English language only. So it is a give me this, that kind of thing also. They need opportunities. We as teachers need to provide safe environments for students to use the language. We do it in the English classroom. We needed to do it in non-major English classrooms, that is content subject classrooms also. Role plays, simulation, computer labs. I mean, the government spends so much of money on computer labs, establishing computer labs across the GDCs in the state. Use it, use technology. As teachers, we need to use technology, bring it into the classroom, and also give opportunities, create environments for ecosystems for our students to use technology so that they can develop their skills. Workshops, demonstration, projects, problem solving. These are various strategies which, you just as a teacher set it up. Your content is the material. So it is already there. You set it up and give opportunities for the students to use English and do these kind of things. And you are just facilitating the process. You are just an observer, ensuring that they are not picking up the wrong concepts or something like that. And this will give opportunity for the students to use the language. And then encourage students to take part in competition, debate, and then of course my favorite, and I think many of you all also use it, the flipped classroom, where the student, you give the topic and the student researches on it and then comes and makes a group presentation, and then you take your lesson off from there. So it gives, it is a very make the class as learner centered as possible. Use pair work, group work, whatever works in the classroom. See, a debate, like for example, a debate may work in one classroom, it may not be very productive in another classroom, right? So as teachers, we need to know which strategy will work in which classroom and which will, enhance the content and the language skill of the students. Nobody is telling you to give importance to English in your subject classroom. No, your subject remains most important in your classroom. Use English as a medium of instruction. Give scope for students to use English in the classroom. It's just that. And shifting the focus of the activity from the teacher to the learner, the learning immediately becomes active, involves students in problems, answering questions, asking questions, discussing, ask them to explain something that you have taught, brainstorm. These are all areas where they could use content but use it in English. And of course, we talked about cooperative learning also, where, pair work, group work, full class interaction. These are all, tried and tested methods where language can be used by the student. Please shift the focus from yourself to the student. Now, we do understand that, it is important for subject teachers to even to go into the lecture mode at some point of time, because these are difficult concepts and you just cannot throw it to the class and they will figure it out. We do understand that. But when you are teaching in English, of course, if you need to use the vernacular, if you need to use Telugu, nobody is telling you not to do it. But use as much as English as possible and give opportunities for students to use the language. And also plan your lessons in such a way, include activities that would help them. It should be inquiry based, case study based instruction, problem based learning, projects, discovery learning. All this will help the students use the language. Okay, based on research, we researchers have said that to develop English language skills in a non-English major classroom, the teacher, okay, that is us, we must cultivate relationship and be culturally responsive. That's very, very important. Intercultural competence, understanding where we are coming from. My background is different from the child who's sitting next to me. So as teachers, we need to be aware of all this. It's not, it's very easy for us to be judgmental and say, oh, she or he is dumb. He doesn't pick up content. He doesn't pick up the language. But that's when they say, no, as teachers, we need to be aware of our students' need. Now, as we know the situation in government degree colleges where we have large classes and it's difficult for us to focus on individual learners. That's why the mentor-mentee system, the counseling system, whatever, ward counseling, whatever, where we are allotted 30 to 40 students, depending on, I don't know how it's done in your state, we do 30 to 40. And so during the 3 years, the students are with us. We need to know everything about them and need to make the other teachers who deal with these students also aware, so that it's not a gossip session. These are information to help the student succeed both in content and in language. And of course, focus on academic language that relates to your subject, the vocabulary that is appropriate for your subject, so that they are. And an English teacher cannot teach all the vocabulary that is pertaining to physics and chemistry or economics or public ad. You could use those terminologies and you could have sessions where you're discussing those definitions in English, and those become good, what do you call, good spaces for students to use the language. Also, encourage peer interaction and collaboration. Allow students to talk to each other. I mean, in a traditional classroom, which is so teacher centered, we get very, very used to hearing our own voice. And when we are quiet for some time, we get very nervous that the class is not going the way it should go. And, we interfere. But then a lot of learning happens when you put them into groups and allow them to discuss. I'm sure all of us have seen that when we give group assignments or when students do group presentation, of course, with our help or projects that they do, we are building a community in the classroom and giving them opportunity to use the language, at the same time learn the content. Of course, using a lot of visual aids, that would always help students because not only do they retain content, but also it is in English, and then you have sourced it from the internet and from reference books. So this just stabilizes the learning process. Okay, and I love class discussions, debates, and so that they can demonstrate their understanding of concepts in your of your subject. Okay, and lot of practice and be intentional with your grouping. That doesn't mean put the dull one. We as teachers are quick to judge that this one is dull, this one is smart, and this, and we have our favorites and all. We should do away with those kind of things. Of course, that makes our lives easier when you have the smart ones to help us with those large classrooms. But what you need to do is put children who are good in the language with children who are good in content, so that they're scaffolding each other's learning process. And as you all know, NEP 2020 focuses on technology a lot. We need to be tech savvy as teachers, and we also need to inculcate this in our students. Okay, and why this need to develop English language skills in the non-English major classroom is a question that must be, at the back of every subject teacher's mind. We have so much to do now. Why do we have to do the English teacher's job also? That is why I said we need to understand language acquisition. Language acquisition doesn't happen, in isolation. Language acquisition, whether it is first language, which is our mother tongue, or second language or third language, we as Indians, we at least speak 3 to 4 language, right? How do we do that? Because we are exposed to it. We hear it, we have to use it, and that's how we pick up the language. And a 1 hour class or a 50-minute English class that will not help this happen. And when English becomes a medium of instruction in the subject or content classroom also, or the non-English major classroom, what happens is students have more opportunities to use the language, and a lot of research has gone into it. It also, see, in an English classroom, they will be inhibited to use English, but content gives them, they're good in maths, they're good in physics, they're good in economics, they're good in public ad. They have the content, the material is available. So and then they know that they're not going to be judged, kind of like what would happen in an English class scares a lot of students. And that's why we see a lot of, that learning is not happening, because they just freeze. But when content is already there available, and you're using English only as a medium of instruction, we are creating opportunities for students and there are better learning outcomes, whether it is short-term mastery of the subject, long-term retention, depth of understanding of the material, whether it is acquiring creative or critical thinking. We see research has shown this, that when EMI, English is medium of instruction in non-English major classrooms, not only do they learn the content better, they also develop language skills. Richard Felder, who is a chemical engineering professor, has co-authored books and also numerous papers on how English language can be used in non-English major classrooms, and use learner-centered methods to develop both content and language skills. Now, when we are talking about some of the principles for developing effective language skills, we are talking about the 7 C's. As teachers, if we have it, then we are, what we are doing is if we model our language skills to the students, then the students will unconsciously pick it up. And what are the 7 C's of effective communication English? One would be clarity, the next would be completeness, then would be one needs to be concise, then one needs to be very considerate, that learner need. That's very, very important. We need to be polite, we need to be courteous, we need to be correct, and we need to be concrete. When we are talking about clarity, what we are talking is clarity of thought and expression. If our presentation of content in English is clear, okay, and the message is received as it is intended by the teacher to the student, and of course if there are doubts we go ahead clearing, we are actually modeling it for our students that this is the way we need to and they will imbibe it unconsciously. The other thing is we need to give complete details. You are explaining the concept of displacement, let us say. You need to give them the full detail without any room for doubt, not being vague, and the message should go clearly to the learner what displacement is. They must understand it. We need to cross check all this happening in English. If you need to scaffold it with your vernacular language, please do it initially so that the transition to English as medium of instruction is not something that's scary for the student, but it is a gradual, cohesive kind of, you blend content and language. And the best thing is cross-check with WH questions to ensure that the students have understood why, what, where, how, do the WH questions, and then, students give you the answers, and then you will know how much of the concept that they have understood. The other thing being concise. Unnecessary information need not be given, because if we start doing that, then students will think that is the way language needs to be used. Okay, just necessary and sufficient information, especially for subject teachers, because it is, you're developing critical thinking. Creative thinking is the business of language teachers. And then of course consideration. Adopt the you attitude is a very important thing that communication specialists say, that when we plan our lessons, when we are wanting desired response from our students, we need to plan our lessons with the students in mind, the learners that we are addressing. So what works in one class will not work. For example, I'm an English teacher. What works in my MPC, maths, physics, chemistry class is not what will work in my BBA class. Okay, so I need to be considerate. I need to adopt the you attitude, where the you is the learner. And then always be courteous, because like I told you, we are modeling both content and language, and also life skills, soft skills, communication skills. So we are all rolled into one kind of, so these domains have become fluid. Earlier, we would say that communication skills and soft skills is the language teacher's business. As subject teachers, we only need to concentrate on content. That has gone with NEP, All of us are collectively responsible to bring out successful students at the end of the 3-year or the 4-year undergraduate program, whatever is in vogue in whichever state that is being taught. So we need to all be subject experts. We need to be communication skills experts, soft skills experts. So we are the role models which our teachers, which our students are constantly looking up to. And considering the composition, the fabric of our GDCs, where they come, where they're first generation learners from socio-economically, underprivileged backgrounds, maybe they don't get the support at home. Maybe they come from homes where, they don't get the scaffolding that is needed for them to develop their language and content skills. So we need to be the and often I am sure all of you all will agree, at least 75% of the time our students just bank on us, whether it is for language, content, life skills, whatever. And of course, the communication should be in polite language, accurate content, data format language. Not only that is something that you all can concentrate on, so that students imbibe it unconsciously. And we should be very, very concrete in our presentations. And the other four C's of communication would be, we should be candid. That is, we should be objective. We should not have any bias. Now, if we go into the classroom with this bias, why English as a medium of instruction, that is going to get conveyed to the students also. We should be open-minded. We should be without bias. Yeah. And when we are open-minded and without bias, that gets conveyed to our learners also. And we should be consistent with the goals and objectives. Now, if our goals are our learning objectives, teaching objectives will now also include developing the language skills of the student. So be consistent in that. And coherency is very, very important. That's why everybody insists on lesson plans. Gone are the days, like a professor, you could just pick up a book and just walk into the classroom, turn to this chapter and give a brilliant lecture and walk out. Those days are gone. Yes, brilliant lectures, where many of us are capable of brilliant lectures, but that is no longer the need of the hour. The entire teaching, learning, assessment scenario has changed, and we as teachers need to change with times and always be believable, always be credible. If you have doubts, then your learner will also have doubts. Now, if we have doubts that this integration of content with language will not work, then the students are also going to pick up that. But if we go with a positive framework, yes, it could work. If English is the medium of instruction, then if we use English in our content classroom, students will pick up the language. If we are open to that idea and we believe in it, we are credible about that assumption, then definitely it's going to work. And we just have to think of ourselves as examples. In our homes, most of our homes, we used our mother tongue. And we only learn the language in our schools, colleges, universities. I mean, I think that's a given, right? And today we have PhDs, we write research papers in English across subjects, don't we? We don't write it in the mother tongue and things like that. I'm not talking about second language teachers. All of us use the language. And where did we learn this language? We learned it from our educational institution. So as teachers, we need to give this opportunity to students in our GDCs too. Okay, moving on, non-verbal communication is also very, very important. We were talking about giving opportunities for students to use the language, but body language sends out signals. Students they just pick up, like children pick up from our body language, how. So it's very important not only to be aware of what we are verbally presenting to our students, but how we non-verbally communicate with our students. Non-verbal communication would include our body language, facial expression, eye contact, gestures, even proximity. Space is very, very important. So be aware of these things. See, these are things that we always do. Nobody is saying that content teachers are not aware of these things. They are aware of it and they do a wonderful job in classrooms, but they did it unconsciously earlier. Now you need to do it consciously, because English is now it's a policy decision that English is a medium of instruction. Now, when we are talking about, there are a lot of barriers to communication, and we need to, as teachers, be aware of these barriers. If supposing, I've seen teachers who are very good, subject teachers who excellent in the English language, and then they do use it in the classroom also. But then certain times what happens is the students are not able to maybe use the language. It's nobody's fault. It is not XYZ's fault. It is our collective responsibility. We need to identify what are the barriers to this communication. Is it physical? Is it environment? Is it physiological? It's psychological? Is it linguistic? Is it cultural? Identify, and that's why I said collaborate with other teachers. See, you may have identified something that I have not identified. And when we work together, that's when we will be able to address the needs of the students. One of the most common things that I tell my students is, why are you afraid of developing your language skills? Why are you not speaking in English? And when many of them would, often all of them, or the whole class also would say, yes, we are, kind of. And then as teachers also, many of us are uncomfortable, even though we do know the language. We write good research papers, we have brilliant PhDs, but then speaking in the language, using it in the classroom. But then, see, one doesn't have to worry about that, because you're not alone in that. English is not our mother tongue. English is a foreign language that has been thrust upon us because of historical reasons. English is our official language. So what if we do falter sometime? So what? But because of that, don't deny the opportunity to your students. Instead, let's analyze, where does the problem lie? Is it the content that I'm afraid of delivering in English? Then practice. Is it that I lack confidence? Build up your confidence. Is it that I don't have enough language? Then please develop your language skills. And then the audience, we are very, very fortunate to have very good students in our government degree colleges, whether it is in Telangana or in AP, who look at us as role models. We are parent figures, we are mentors, we are teachers. We support them in so many ways. So the audience should not scare us at all. So whether it is confidence, whether it is content, whether it is language, that is within our hands. That is something that we can identify and we can develop. And I don't think that should become such a big problem for us teachers who have been in the business for so long. And when you're talking about language, always keep in mind the volume with which you're talking, also the pace at which you're delivering, and of course the tone. These all do make a difference. This will get done in the English classrooms, but then if you consolidate it in your content classrooms, then it becomes very, very, the students understand, oh, so this is the way it is done. This was done in the English class. I see it in the physics class. I see it in the maths class. I see it in the computer class, so it gets consolidated and then it filters down. And the other thing is, pronunciation and grammar. As English teachers, we are not thrusting it on y'all, but of course, a lot of subject teachers are so good in pronunciation. They're so good in English grammar. So, do help the students. So, we are collectively making sure that our students succeed in life. When Peter Hawkins, of course, who is a management guru, he said that something like, to be employed is to be at risk, and to be employable is to be secure. And how does one become employable? By enhancing language skills. Now, when language skills, now today we are talking about English as language skills, because English is the link language, English is the global language. Like down the years, we may see maybe Chinese would become the language. So we will just put English aside, and maybe people will be talking to us about teaching our student Chinese. So we are talking about higher education opportunities for our students. We are talking about employability opportunities for our students. And for that, English is very important. So let's integrate English language with content, make English the medium of instructions in our non-English major classrooms, so that it becomes easier for our students to excel in their lives. And when you talk about skills, desired by employers in whatever kind of survey you take. It is communication or language skills that is very, very important. I'm just going to take a short break here to ask if you all have any questions. If you don't have any questions, I'll just continue. If you have any questions to ask, I will just take a minute to answer that.
Madam, you can proceed.
Okay, thank you so much. So I will just, yeah.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I'm from NRC Vijayawada.
Yes.
I would like to know more about flipped classroom. What is flipped classroom?
See, flipped classrooms, I'm sure there are a lot of books and material available on it. I'll just take a minute to, just explain it. I mean, this is not what I would be saying is not everything about flipped classroom. What happens is you give a topic to the student in the class, okay, to the whole class. They read up, they research on it and come to class, and then you do the KWL with them, what you know, what you want to know, and then using that, because when we go into a classroom and I say, I'm going to teach you tenses today, the students have absolutely no idea about tenses, and then I start teaching. What happens in flipped classroom is, because I have told students read up on tenses and come to the class, the learning threshold is higher. Students already know about tenses, and so my takeoff point becomes very, very easy, and I'm dealing with a group of students who are already aware of the topic. You can do, see, we do brainstorming and things like that, and we make the student ready for the new topic. That is one thing. But in a flipped classroom, you're flipping the classroom. Instead of the teacher introducing the topic, the student has already you have flipped the classroom. They have, they may not know everything about it. They may not have understood the intricacies, especially in content area or even in English. Like they read up tenses or they read up articles. They may not understand everything. But, the learning threshold is much higher when in a flipped classroom, because students have read up. Or the other way of doing it, which I've seen some teachers do, is have a group of students prepare the topic and present it. So it's a flipped classroom with presentation. The student is making the, there is a role play kind, that student becomes the teacher, or a group of students explains the concept, and then the teacher takes over. And in a flipped classroom, another important thing is, if you're just asking students what they know about tenses and they give it to you, it's fine, a full interaction classroom. But if you're going to ask a group of students to make the presentation, then the teacher must go through the presentation the next day to ensure that the students have understood the concept, they have not gone wrong anywhere. And then you scaffold that, and it's a brilliant way of making the class learner centered, and also at the same time involve the student in the learning process. And flipped classrooms work very well in content subjects, because and not every topic will lend itself to a flipped classroom. So as teachers, we should be very careful about what topic can be given to the student for a flipped classroom. Now, if your students are have the higher order thinking levels, yes, you can give them more difficult concepts, but you could start off with simpler topics, and that's way there is a lot of material available. You can read up on how to do it, and it is also how subject teachers can do it, how language teachers can. There's a lot of material available. Do try it. It's a wonderful way to make your class interactive, make students learn the content, and also use the language. I hope I have answered your question. From the teacher from Guntur who asked me the question, or Vijayawada, was it? Any other questions?
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah. Any other questions, or can I continue? I'll assume that I have no questions, and I will just quickly take you through some, skills that teachers need to develop in 2023 to effectively implement NEP, effectively implement English as medium of instruction. Because like I said earlier when I started my presentation, this is not something that's happening in Andhra Pradesh, or this is not something that's happening in parts of India where English is being introduced as medium of instruction. This is a global phenomenon. We see it in all the levels, whether it is primary, secondary, or tertiary in non-Anglophone countries, because English is, like I said, the global link language. So this is happening across the world. A lot of research is going on into it, how content and language can be integrated, how content can scaffold, support language learning, and how language learning can effectively take place in a content or non-English major classroom. So what are some of the skills that we as teachers need to develop to implement English as medium of instruction, or integrate English or language into our classrooms? So, well, teaching looks like a easy job for non-teachers, and that is the general impression in society. But then it is not, and we as teachers know that it is not an easy job. We need to develop skills. It's just not our degree or qualification or that makes us equipped to handle a classroom, and each classroom dynamics is different, and it changes from day to day also. Okay, what my class MPC class was today is not what it will be tomorrow. So as teachers, we need to have certain skills and abilities to connect and align with the mindset of our students. And being a good teacher requires us to develop certain soft and hard skills, certain virtues also. Nobody talks about virtues like patience, kindness, which need to be part of an individual's personality. These are skill sets that we need to develop with the changing teaching learning scenario. Like how we learned and how we teach, we all know the difference, right? How it was and how it is now. And research has shown that there are certain skill sets and traits which are very, very essential for teachers to possess in 2023-24 onwards, with NEP being introduced, and this phenomenon that we are seeing in the world where content and language is being integrated, English is being used to teach content area. First of all is that as educators, as teachers, we need to find ways to develop critical thinking. We should be critical thinkers, and we have students from different backgrounds. So it's the job of the educator to, create ecosystems in class to make our students think rationally, objectively, come up with unbiased solutions. And we can only do that if we are critical thinkers ourselves. So for what do we need to do for that? We need to develop emotional intelligence. Okay, that's something everybody is talking about these days. We need to be aware of our emotions, and we need to develop emotional intelligence to think critically. We have to be unbiased. We have to be, objective in our perceptions. And that as teachers, we can convey to our students. We have to get rid of biases. No, we cannot be prejudiced. And then also we should be open to new ideas. And the other important thing is that we must go through research, what is happening around us, and form opinions. We cannot be what do you call biased, prejudiced in our decision. The second important skill which we should develop as teachers, and so will translate to our students, is we need to be good communicators. Okay, not only to teach the lessons better in classrooms, but also it is a life skills. Okay, and it is not limited to speaking English. Okay, You need to develop listening skills, reading skills, writing skills. Okay, these are all life skills these days. And then 21st century, we must be equipped to have good communication skills. Otherwise, there will be a breakdown in communication, and we will be at a loss. And if we are at a loss, our students are also at a loss. So how do you develop your communication skills? Listen more, keep it simple, work on body language, and upskilling is very, very important. And that's something that happens so nicely in your state where you're constantly updated. Now, as teachers, we need to, if I would say there is a skill that we all need to concentrate, it is digital skills, right? And we have to update ourselves. Upskilling is, there is no question that, we are stuck in the past and we are going to be of any use to our students, society, institutions, state. So upskilling, updating ourselves is very important. The other thing is organization skills. And like I don't have to say, we multitask in college, because just teaching is not our job. We do a lot of administrative work also, which is important for the running of the institution. So we must develop organizational skills. And when we develop organizational skills, we demonstrate to our students how it can be done. Okay. Time management, planning, organizing your lessons. These are all things that, you can demonstrate by developing these skills to your students also. Students, have role models. They have favorite teachers. Why do they have favorite teachers? Not because they look pretty or this thing. It is just those unconscious things that you do without knowing that students see value in. And of course, leadership skills is very, very important. Students won't listen to their teachers, and they won't look up to you as mentors if we do not have the leadership skills to inspire and motivate the classroom towards success. So we need to have leadership skills. And how do we develop leadership skills? We need to take up more responsibilities. And so, your teacher knows that you are IQAC coordinator, you are vice principal, you are your chemistry teacher, you are helping out with NSS. When you take up responsibility and demonstrate, the students see, yes, see, this is how my teacher is, and that's the role model that I want to be. And we need to get out of our comfort zone. Okay, it's very, very easy. We have got very good jobs with very good salaries. Many of us may not agree, but whatever said and done, considering we are well placed in society. And so let us not think that, so what can anybody do to me? No, it is not what anybody can do to you. What are you doing to yourself and to your students? You need to develop soft skills, hard skills. You need to develop skill sets, whatever the time demands, or the society demands, or what, like for example, we in March 2020, we went into pandemic. Who thought ever in our lives that we would switch on to the online mode and that would become part of our lives? Yes, we did see a major shift, a paradigm shift in teaching and learning, something that we were not used to in our lifetime. So get out of our comfort zones and equip ourselves, upskill yourself, update yourself, so that your students benefit from it. And be affirmative, be positive at your workplace, in your classrooms. Become role models for our students, and then lead by example. Okay, that's very, very important. You always see in college there are a few teachers whose students look up across, what do you call, the disciplines, whether it is arts, commerce, or this thing, because they are exhibiting certain leadership qualities which many of us are not. Okay, so all of us need to be that role model for our students. And of course, conflict resolution is part of every institution. You take it every day as it comes, and we are dealing with young adults who are transitioning from adolescence to adulthood. They are just learning adulting, so there could be a lot of problems. Not only I'm not talking about conflict. Of course, there are colleges with conflict among colleagues, with superiors. I mean, that's a totally different. But what I'm talking about is managing the classroom. The classroom is a hotbed of conflicts if you allow it. Okay, so be rational, be unbiased, be positive, be involved in conflict resolution skills, so that you de-escalate any kind of situations that can rise inside or outside the classroom. Don't be just an observer, be a doer kind of. And then one needs to be in control. One needs to develop uh, interpersonal skills for us to be to manage conflict. That can be part of a college campus, and it is just not the physical director's job to manage conflict, or anti-ragging committee will take care of conflicts. It is our individual responsibility, and as teachers we need to be involved in all these areas. And of course, creative thinking. Teachers need to be exposed to innovative ideas. They need to develop their creative thinking skills, and you can do this by reading, brainstorming, consume different content. Don't limit yourself, as teachers. It is and considering that our students with the smartphone in their hand have the world at their fingertips, we cannot be limited to some outdated guide or some textbook which is being prescribed. We need to be aware of all the changes that's happening in our subject area and do it. Stay updated, be and I already talked to you about updating digital skills. Okay, also be open to learning from your students, because they are very, very tech savvy, use digital tools. So it's like mechanical. We all are using digital tools now. Also take do some certification also if you have the time, and also update your devices also, because we can't use updated we can't outdated devices we cannot use. And I would talk about patience as something that as teachers we need to develop, because we are dealing with young adults, and it is not easy for us to be, I mean, if you're just going to teach and get out of the class and not be involved with them, but that doesn't happen these days. The whole teaching learning environment has changed, so the teacher needs to develop skill sets. Okay, managing stress, being empathetic, big emotional intelligence, what I was talking about, that's very, very important. And the other thing is, to conclude, teachers in 21st century cannot just survive on the mastery of their subject. I'm an English teacher, and so I know everything there is to know about English. It doesn't happen like that. Teachers need to be dynamic. They should have sets of skills they need to enhance their teaching methodology, pedagogy, the various modes, online, offline, hybrid, whatever it is, strategies. You are teaching, the 21st century children, now we are in 2023. So children who have come were born in the 21st century. So we who are from, the 20th century, we really don't know what the dynamics and the kind of pressures that they have. So we need to develop skill sets, be adaptable, flexible towards learning and developing the skill sets required to deal with our young adult students. And when we are talking about English as medium of instruction in non-English classroom, this is exactly what we are talking about. That is the need of the hour. Students need to pick up the skills, and that's just not happening in the English classroom or in the skill development centers. So it needs to be consolidated across the curriculum. So introduction of English across the curriculum is going to help students develop skill sets in English, which is essential for them to survive in the job market as well as for their higher education. And English is a life skill also today. Okay, so we need to develop that. Another thing is we need to develop in students intercultural competence. I mean, that is there are two concepts that are being talked about world over these days, and that is, one is intercultural competence and the other is critical thinking. Critical thinking we are very familiar with, but intercultural competence is because the world is shrinking. Our students need to be interacting with people from different cultures, so that learning the English language, which is not part of our culture, is one way of developing intercultural competency. But also, being flexible in their thinking, that comes out of critical thinking, recognizing that each person is different. India is a multicultural, multilingual, country, and we as Indians understand how it is. Everybody has their different culture, microculture. So we should not stereotype them. We should it's a skill set that we need to build in ourselves and in our students, and make sure that they respect each other's value systems. That's very, very important. As teachers, we need to prepare our students for future intercultural encounters, and this we can do by enhancing their communication skills, verbal and non-verbal. I'll just quickly take you through critical thinking, why it's important. First, because critical thinking examines assumptions. As human beings, we are quick to make judgments, and that comes from our background, what we have learned. We must work with a lot of discipline and hard work to be open to change and ideas. Okay, and critical thinking is thinking that is free. That is, we need to understand context as we see it, without bias, without prejudice. And we should also, as teachers, we should develop that skill and inculcate it in our students also, to distinguish fact from opinion. Okay, all of us can have opinions, but that need not be the fact. Okay, I mean, I can see something uh, in one way, I can have an opinion about it in one way, somebody can have an opinion about it. Like, for example, English as medium of instruction, all of us have opinions about it, don't we? Okay, but then it should be based on fact. I mean, I may think it's a wonderful idea, some may think it is not. I'm just giving you an example, but it should, my opinion, your opinion should be based on the need of the hour, the fact, why such a decision, why such a policy has been taken. Okay, so we should be unbiased in our judgment. Okay, and we should also, as critical thinkers, examine alternatives. There is just no one way. There's, your point of view is not the correct point of view. There are various point of views, and we must try to understand everybody's point of view. Not that everybody's point of view is right. We should be open to that. And then critical thinking is based on certain universal values. It is not just a skill, that it is a process, and that process can be broken and taught in the classroom. And how do we do that? First is with clarity. You must teach your students to think clearly. We must think clearly, then teach our students to think clearly. Accuracy, incorrect information should not be the basis of our opinions. We should base our opinions, our viewpoints, on facts, on accurate, correct information. And then we should be consistent. Okay, that is, if the context is similar, then our standpoint, our viewpoint should also be similar, must be consistent. It should be the same. We cannot keep shifting our viewpoints, points of view, or our opinions, just to suit the situation. And then the critical thinking results from depth. You need to not only consider surface information, you need to dwell deep into the situation before you form an opinion, before you present your views, and also consider the range of information. That's why when there is an issue, we hear both sides viewpoint or whatever happened, kind of. Just don't make a judgment listening to XYZ. And then fairness. All of us should be fair. Now, if we inculcate these qualities, universal intellectual values is what it is called according to researchers: clarity, accuracy, consistency, depth, breadth, and fairness. Then with time, there will be a reduction of bias, and we will enhance the critical thinking of our students. If you are a critical thinker, automatically you are also having the intercultural competence, which is very, very important in the 21st century. And just before I close, critical thinking is a process, okay? It takes time and it takes effort. It just doesn't happen like that. I just can't say, oh, from tomorrow I'm going to be a critical thinker. It is a process, and over a period of time, I need to change my worldview, the way I think, the way I act, the way I form opinions, my biases, which are all coming from my upbringing, my interaction with people. I need to analyze and do that. And critical thinking can be learned. It can be taught. People always say, is it something philosophical? Is it something that comes with one's self-realization? No, it can be broken up and it can be taught. Critical thinking is a process. Critical thinking is a skill that improves with practice. Critical thinking can be described like I did for you in the last slide, broken down into steps, and it can be taught. And there are some specific techniques that we can use in our classrooms to teach critical thinking. And according to research, this is what it is. And this is something that we do also. Discussions, problem-based tasks, the use of small groups, according to researchers, help build critical thinking, enhance communication skills. It is interesting to note that these teaching techniques, like, discussion, problem-based tasks, use of small groups, are teaching skills that are considered to be good ways of teaching both the English language and subject. So if you are doing this, then introducing English as medium of instruction into your curriculum will not be a difficult task. Thank you so much for the privilege of your time. Take care, stay safe. I'll take any questions if you have. No questions? Do try some of the strategies. I mean, I think the PPT will be available. These are strategies. These are things that come out of our experience as practicing teachers. I'm not talking to you as a trainer. I'm talking to you as someone who has been teaching in government degree colleges for the last 25 years. Trainer of English language as a different role, but as a practicing teacher is how I presented myself today. And all the techniques that I talked to you about, the strategies of what we can do in the classroom, comes from my experience as a teacher and things that I have done as teachers, we have done in our classrooms that have worked. If there are no questions for me, I will just say thank you for being such a wonderful audience. And I'll also thank CCE AP for giving me this opportunity to present to a wonderful group of teachers. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for providing valuable information to our participants, ma'am. Participants, if you have any queries, please. Otherwise, we will close this session. Yes, sir. I request NRC Srikalahasti. Please propose vote of thanks to Anita ma'am. NRC Srikalahasti.
Sir, responding NRC Srikalahasti.
Sir, please.
Madam. Good afternoon, madam.
Good afternoon, sir.
This is Dr. Shiv Prasad, lecturer in zoology, madam. It is my privilege to propose vote of thanks on behalf of all the participants, madam. You are the valued and right suitable resource person, madam, this session. You have chosen a topic, strategies to develop English language skills in the undergraduate classroom, madam. We are very much enjoyed this session, madam. Your lecture is inspiring a lot. It is just like water flow, flood, continuous flow, madam. English teaching, learning, and assessment. How to develop the or improve the LSRW skills. How to obey the student needs. Based on the student needs, we have to adjust or change our mindset, madam. You have enlightened a lot, madam. You have covered all the aspects regarding to develop language skills and 7 principles. It is very much useful to our degree college level, madam. You have covered also NEP 2020. Really, it is great, madam. Such type of resource persons, our officials selected. We are also thankful, madam. On behalf of all the participants, we are grateful to have such a nice and valuable resource person, madam. Thank you very much, madam.
My pleasure. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Please take a 10 minutes tea break, and again the session will be started by 3:40 by master trainers in all NRCs. Thank you all.